here. Don't get up, Bella. Don't get up. I know you can see the thing, but she was sitting right where I wanted her to sit. Now she's getting up. Go back to your spot, Bella Bean. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter that much that you can see it because you could have guessed what it was going to be. There you go. Now you can lay down. It's a little small. Yeah, there's the kitty. I can't. Oh, kitty. I can't move the camera more so you can see her head. Here. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Yeah, like I said, I knew that it was up. I just forgot to put the cat cam on this. I don't know if I could quick add it. So let's see if I can quick add it. It's all cat. Cat consumes all. Well, maybe if I put it behind me. Oh, now it's behind the Amida. Okay, there's Amida. Okay, there we go. Now it's all cat from here. Apparently there's an ad break incoming, but hey, you have the cat. And you can't see her adorable little foot. But if I move it, then she'll move. Yes, it's a kitty. All right, hello everybody. Hello, Aerith Winterfell, Ghoulish Misfit. I was about to say Aerith Winterfell again. Magistrate Ironlung, Marx, Documancer, Norman Gray. Thank you for the cheer, Norman Gray. Koryan. Welcome, everybody. I also saw Death's Head in the not-so-private chat, but I don't know if he's still there. There is also a cat on my chair, too. It's all the kitties. It's all the kitties. Was there supposed to be an ad? It said that there was gonna be an ad. It said there was gonna be one. Yeah, there we go. Now you can see everyone. You can see me and Bo and Bella. Hello, Mako Cam. What? Man, Twitch's changes are just a downgrade all around, he said, after spending a full minute just trying to watch the channel's current live stream. The thing you'd expect Twitch to push the hardest. Oh no, it was like sending you to the VODs instead of this stream? That's weird. There's the ad break. There it is. I wonder if I can capture his purrs. Oh no. It's under. Is that enough? Is that enough cord? Yeah. Can you hear him? Yeah, what first came up is last week's reading. Huh. Interesting. Bobo purr. Branching into ASMR, I see. You're so cute. And 3, 2, 1. You're back. At least that's what Twitch is telling me. Oh, don't get up, baby. Don't get up. Oh, baby kitty. Oh, I guess he's going for food. I guess that's acceptable. Kitty ASMR, best ASMR. Yes. I mean, people do say that they sometimes fall asleep to my voice, so I feel like I could do that, but there's also so many things I want to do that I don't know what to prioritize. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Cam. All right, if you are new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. We have a calculating wolf, Death's Head, and Mako who will calculate, who will tell us when we have reached 100%. There once was a bar that told us. Oh, now I'm thinking of writing the story of the bar that was consumed by the void. There once was a bar, and it was swallowed by the void, and so now we have people for that. Now people calculate when we have unlocked an encore. But it is very nice when you guys do that. It is appreciated by the people who get their stories read. They like that. It is appreciated by me. I appreciate that.
Yes? Is that so? Is that so? You want out?
So yeah, it's just a great thing to do overall for prompt idea. I have a guy for that. That's a pretty good one, actually. Or you could do, we have people for that. But anyways, so yeah, and then in order to get into the guaranteed submissions, then you need to be a subscriber either on Twitch or on Discord. So on Discord, you have the bookworm tier, the $3 tier, that allows you to post prompts, submit prompts, and allows you to vote in the secret vote. And I think, yeah, we do have a supporter, a bookworm today. And so when you're a bookworm, you don't get into the guaranteeds. However, the $3 you pay gets added to the amount to get you unlocked. So NightWolf is on today. They are a bookworm, and so make sure you account for their $3 on top of everybody's cheers. And then you've got the Cocooned and Silk, both on Twitch and on Discord. That is the $5 tier. That gives you access to the to everything I just talked about, and then you also get the guaranteeds when you post. You also can post 2 stories if you so desire. And is that everything? I feel like there's something I'm missing. I'm not sure. But then you have the $10 tier, the transformed one tier, that allows you to do everything I just said. And then the first prompt that you submit automatically gets added to the final vote. And you can also post 7-word prompts instead of just 5-word prompts. And you can have a tag for your universe if you want it, and you can post 3 stories instead of just 2. And also, when we have 2 weeks for a prompt, I'm making it a new rule that if you have 2 weeks, be it like it's actually up for 2 weeks, or you just know the prompt for 2 weeks, you can post 5 if you're a transformed one instead of just 3. Because you have extra time, and so I want you to be allowed to do stuff with that extra time. Yeah. Is that everything? I think so. And in the contest, in the Halloween contest, that applies there too. So you can submit 2 stories if you are cocooned and 3 if you are transformed, and they all will count. In the writing group, you can only have 1 count, but in the Halloween contest, they all count. And you can see the contest rules on the actual Discord for more info on that. And so, yeah, if you don't know, I'm hosting a Halloween contest. So if you're interested in writing Halloween stories that have a bit bigger of a word limit, then head on over there and check that out. I feel like this is one of those days where I'm more scatterbrained than usual. I don't know why. So somebody remind me if I'm forgetting something. Oh, there is one thing I wanted to say. Not part of the regular intro, but just a reminder. I've changed the rules now so that you need to put your name in the title, your username or whatever name you want me to call you. And the reason for that is just to make it easier to search for you. And I actually did use it this time. That I was like, I think this person had notes. And I typed in their name and they came up. And so... and so that it's just to help search, both for you and for me. I think it's a nice thing. So I do know it's not something that I'm going to like disqualify you over, at least not at this point in time, but it is something that I would very much like you guys to start doing. So yeah, the prompt for this week was cat distribution service. Absolutely loved this prompt, and you can probably tell why. And you guys totally delivered on the cuteness, the funness, the silliness. I'm really a fan of the stories that you guys came up with for it. So, yeah, really love this one. Oh, yeah, system. I keep saying service. System. All right, but you did already see a glimpse of it, but here is the list for today. We have in the guaranteeds Documancer, Death's Head, Marx, myself, and Koryan. Then for our encores, we have The Real Decoy, Galler, and NightWolf. So if you don't know, this was another week where we only had the stories that we needed. We only had 8 stories, and so I had to use an extra supporter because any other generals available were already read last week. And so since there was another supporter available, I decided to just use that. But I did actually want to ask you guys about that, especially because that happened both last week and this week. Is there a particular reason that less people have been posting these last 2 weeks? Is it like school starting? Have you not been inspired by these particular prompts? Is it total coincidence? Maybe like a bunch of you had things going on in your lives at the same times and couldn't post. But yeah, if there is a reason that you guys know of why we weren't getting as many submissions these past 2 weeks, I would love to know what happened. Especially because, like I said, personally, I really liked this prompt. Like, if I had more time. I technically did have more time because I had 2 weeks with it. I don't really know what happened. So more, if my brain was working better this week, I might have written 5 because I felt like it was very inspiring and like quite easy to do because all you have to do is have a cat in there somewhere. So yeah, I'm curious about that. Norman says, a combo of work/personal stuff / was inspired by the prompt. Gotcha. Koryan says, for me, work has been crazy hectic for no reason in combination with trying to come up with ideas. I had 2 ideas, but one I couldn't get right, so I went with my second idea. Eric says, I just wasn't particularly inspired from this prompt, sorry. It was mostly writer's block for me. Shrugs. Ghoulish says, I have a 400+ draft that's yet to be completed. I hope that means words and not pages. Man, how am I gonna condense this 400-page novel into a 350 word story? Oh boy. So would those of you who weren't inspired by the prompt be willing to elaborate? Because I'm wondering why that was the case, because like I said, I myself was super inspired by it, and like I told Reincarnator, I felt like this prompt was super easy because like all you had to do is have a cat in there somewhere. And yeah, like you could run into some issues of like, oh, maybe there's a cat there, but it doesn't feel like the distribution service part. So yeah, like maybe that does limit your options a little bit more. But pretty much all you have to do is be like, I have a character, they come across a cat, so it actually felt like one of our easiest prompts we've ever had to me. So I'm really curious what made you guys uninspired. And then this isn't like meant to be disparaging towards you or anything. That's totally fine if you are inspired. Like, we're different people who think differently, but I like knowing what kinds of prompts like inspire people, because first of all, that's just kind of fun to know. And second of all, like that can inform like, okay, like maybe what prompts should I submit? Like what kinds of prompts inspire people? What's not really people's vibe? Words, yes, it was 400 pages. I'd be doing something else. Interesting. Norman says, I had a weird revelation during this prompt. I don't think I've ever written about animals. I don't know what's behind that. Interesting. Ghoulish. I have a cat. I have a character. Cat character. Why is that an Era says, I like the cat bit, but I guess I focused too much on the distribution system end of things. I didn't really frame it that way as just insert cat here, and I wasn't feeling well this week either. That's fair. I don't know what that is, Ghoulish. But yeah, I could totally see that. Whereas if you guys were more like, okay, yeah, I get the cat part, that's fine, but I don't know what to do about the distribution system. I said service a bunch of times again. System. But yeah, I can get how you might get tangled in the weeds of like, I don't really know what to do about the system part. And that's also, come to think of it, now I'm extra curious. Those of you who did not write for it, and specifically those who didn't write for it because you weren't inspired by it, is it because you have not seen the meme? Because I wonder if that could be part of it too. Because I'm very familiar with the meme, and I think a lot of people who wrote for it were. And so if that's not something in your vernacular, then you might not realize how applicable it is, how you can use it for so many things, and you might be going, distribution system, like I'm not sure about that, you know? What? That does not clear things up. Miko. I guess this is a song. Hold on, is there a cat outside?
No. I don't know where he went. Bella. I want to get more of your face. And yeah. There we go. That's better. No, don't move. Bella, don't move.
That doesn't clear it up. You have to watch it. Gotcha. Makes sense. Documancer says, I love this prompt, but I think I hyped it up too much and threw in a last minute thing. Additionally, it's been abysmally hot these past few days. Heat plus think, brain go brr. I love that you actually used that in your story. Alright. Okay, so there's the song sent to me. Gotcha. It's like the most recent Japanese novelty song. Gotcha. Is this like an ad song? Alrighty. Hang on just a second. It feels like my air conditioning isn't doing the job, so I need to go turn it down a little bit. But just a moment. Not an ad, an actual song. Gotcha. Air conditioning isn't conditioning. Air conditioning isn't airing. Alright, well, kind of a perfect segue. Let us go on to Documancer's story. Or let us begin with Documancer's story more. Something's Odd by Documancer. Lunch is always at 10. But today, something's off. I check the thermostat. Cold. How I like it. In the little hallway, I enter the kitchen and observe the stove, the sink, and then the window. Turned off, shut off, and cracked open. A sticky breeze makes my curtains quiver. I've moved past the center counter and shut the window, fastening the hook, keeping the ugly summer weather out. I never leave the window open. What possessed me to keep it open? With this weather? I smoothed my dress and went to the living room. There's the TV, my couch, my knitting supplies. Turned off, shawl on the cushions, cat in the yarn. Wait, cat? I don't own a cat. But there, she is. I blink. If I remember correctly, a black cat with white paws is a tuxedo cat. I don't even know how to take care of a cat. I inch closer to the thing and lean over. The cat is curled up in the yarn, cradling the magenta yarn like a teddy bear. It's cute, but impractical. I can't have a pet. I'd have to pay extra for rent. Shoo! The feline doesn't even flinch. One jade eye cracks open, barely a sliver, and acknowledges my existence. Then the creature yawns. I've seen a dog yawn. Their tongue extends and curls with a wide mouth. This cat, however, looks alien as his mouth extends, eyes bulge, and ears pull back. Cats are weird. I pick up my phone from the counter and call my friend, who seems happy for my new endeavor. She doesn't understand the situation. Before I can explain, she hangs up in a hurry and then texts me, "Emergency." I sigh. I can't have a cat. I check the weather on my phone. The temperature is still abysmal. Then I look at the curled up cat. The thing must have slipped through the window when I forgot to close it, for whatever reason. Fine. You can stay today, but tomorrow you're gone. He did not leave tomorrow, or the next day, or even the day after that. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Cat. Oh, cat to cat, cat, cat. Okay. We added a Q. The cat's made an addition to your story. It's the letter Q. Let's see. Is there a way I can... Is there a way that I can remove this and then put it on the cat? Okay, hold on a second. Oh, well, maybe she's getting up anyways. Oop, did I turn it off? I think I turned it off. Well, that's kind of okay because she's not there.
She's not there. Are you coming back?
Okay, no, gotta go back to it. We must have the cat cam. There we go. I released it. From its prison. Whoa. Is that like a golden hype train? What's going on over there? Okay. I feel like I hit something that shouldn't have been hit. Because now it isn't streaming at all. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Phew. Yay. Okay. Well, there's the cat. How do I get you to properly stay in a place where they can see the kitty cat? Not entirely sure. Okay. Let's try. Okay, I'll turn it back off again. And then if we can do this. Come here. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, double no. Golden Kappa train. What is that? Is that new? I have never heard of this. I have never heard of this strangeness, Bella. Okay. Haha. A horrifying mess of cables. Yeah! There she is. Oh no. Don't fall over. There's the cat. Amazing. Perfection. It was all worth it. I have to stand a little to the side, but it was all worth it in the end. Thank you for the cheers. Magistrate Ironlung, Marx, Mako Cam, and a huge one from Ghoulish. Not sure what this is, but I'm gonna use this opportunity to drop some bits. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know a kappa is like a creature. I didn't know it was a yokai, but like I don't know why they would call it that on the Twitch stream. On Twitch, I mean. Now she's laying a little bit. Now she's laying down a little bit. Calling now, Auntie gets the cam all set up and then the cat wanders off. Yeah, very possible. Well, she hasn't wandered off. You can see the top of her head, but can I... Will that work? Well, it's working so far, so let's do it like that. Precious baby, yes. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Cam. Awesome. So many cheers. Valley's so grumpy. Yeah, she just has constant grump face. That's just her poor little face. Kiki, yes. Yeah, this stream might be hijacked by the cats, but hey, that's kind of... It fits the prompt anyways. Alrighty, so I thought this story was super fun. I liked your very realistic and literal take on the prompt of just a cat wanders into somebody's house and they are distributed. It becomes their home. I think that is fantastic. Wait a second. Did I miss... 7 years ago is not recent. Marx. I was thinking that too. Bit memes rise and fall like the tide. What is that specifically in relation to? It's a water deity. The theory is if you get them to bow, their in their crown will fall and drain out. Interesting. Alrighty. Yes, very much liked your use of the prompt. And this is one of those stories where it's just like, me streaming it makes me much harsher on it. Because if I just read the story, sat down, read it, I'd just be like, that was wonderful, loved it. But then, when I'm on the stream and critiquing it, then I sink my teeth in a little bit deeper and I have some more stuff to critique. So some of my biggest critiques were actually at the beginning here, and I think the line that is most confusing throughout the piece is quite simply, lunch is always at 10, but today something's off. Lunch, and the time of said lunch really has no relevance throughout the piece and is never mentioned again. And so it reads very odd, and I talk all the time about first lines, and so it would be odd in any line of the piece if it wasn't important, but the fact that it is the very first line makes it a more grievous issue, because it's this story is about how we want to have lunch, we want to have it at 10, but we can't do that because something's off. And that's not really what it's about. I get to open a hype chest. What? Golden Kappa for 24 hours. Gotcha. Wait, so who is this person? I saw that, I think Documancer had the picture of Kappa, but But who is this person? If it's a Japanese yokai, why am I getting a meme of an emoji of a dude? Sanguinaris, hello! Welcome! Great to have you here. Alright. Just here to hand out some things. Some kitties. That's awesome. That is awesome. But he has to go to sleep. Good night. Alrighty, Rio. So all I was saying is that, oh, that's a comment, okay. Is that the story really doesn't seem to have anything to do with lunch or the time of that lunch. And so it feels odd that it continues, and it's not like, I really want to get my sandwich, but I can't because of this thing that's off. Or, I'm having lunch at 11 because I'm trying to figure out what's off, that kind of thing. Doesn't really happen, so it doesn't really feel necessary to mention, and feels a bit confusing to mention as the very first line. And then as we continue on, I feel like I might be being a little too nitpicky about it, but I was a bit thrown by the way this section is done. And I think it's because it feels like nothing is off. That it feels like I know what we're getting to. We're getting to two things which are off, and that is that I never leave the window open and there's a cat in the yarn. And I do really like that, and it does make sense that it's the sense of like, something feels off, not sure what's wrong, let's look around the house and let's figure out what's off. And I don't know why, because I realized that's what you were going for, so I don't know why it feels off to me. All I can think to say is that it's like, okay, lunch is at 10, but today something's off. And I do think it would help a lot if that lunch is at 10 was removed. But then we go to, I check the thermostat, cold, how I like it. Okay, doesn't sound like that's off. From the little hallway, enter the kitchen, observe the stove, the sink, and then the window. And it's kind of like, okay, doesn't sound like any of those things are off. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Turned off, shut off, and cracked open. That reads like the cracked open is normal. It's like, yep, turned off, shut off, like I like it, cracked open, like I like it. A sticky breeze makes my curtains quiver. The next line isn't saying the cracked open is a problem. It's just saying, oh yes, it is cracked open like usual, and there is a breeze going through. I moved past the center counter and shut the window, fastening the hook, keeping the ugly summer weather out. Again, like, that doesn't actually read that it was wrong that it was open. It doesn't read like, the next line of, I never leave the window open. It just reads as like, oh hey, cracked open, like usual, but at the moment, I don't really want it open, so let's close it. And then we finally get to something that's off. I never leave the window open. And I mean, I think I said that I think you guys might be able to help me a little bit more figure out why it feels off to me that nothing is off. Because like I said, I get the idea of looking through your house and trying to find what's wrong. And I guess maybe it's part of like, it's not calling it out. Like, it's not saying, I checked the thermostat, cold. That's not, nothing's wrong with that. Like, I don't know how to say it that's not clunky, but, that's not what's off. That's fine. Okay, I enter the kitchen, and I guess observe could be part of it too, that usually you wouldn't go in your own house and observe your own stove, but maybe just check, I enter the kitchen, check the stove, the sink, and then the window. Turned off, shut off, and cracked open. And then it would be turned off like I left it, shut off like I left it, and cracked open. Not like I left it. Yeah, I think, and you don't have to use those phrasings exactly, but as I talk that out, I do think that would help the feeling of offness that I have in the writing go away. Calling out explicitly, I'm looking through my house trying to find what's off, and it's not this, it is this, or this is the beginning of it, if that makes sense. I do really like the way you describe the sticky breeze, though, that it's not just a breeze, it is a sticky breeze, like something that should be nice and pleasant has become extra gross because it's sticky. I like that. And I do like your, your cadence of turned off, shut off, and cracked open. I do think maybe it threw me the first time I read it. That could contribute to the offness. But I do really like that cadence and how you use it again in a little bit. And then here it is. So I do, like I said, I do like this where it's like, okay, turned off. Yeah, I guess as I'm talking about that, if you had done this with the window too, turned off, shut off, and cracked open. Wait, cracked open? It might have taken away from this, but I do think that would have worked a bit better. But the other thing is that when you use this phrasing, you're going verb, verb, verb. Or it might be something stranger than a verb. So somebody else can tell me what it is if it's something stranger than a verb. But it's like, here is what the thing is doing. The thing is, or what the thing is being. The thing is turned off. The thing is shut off. The thing is cracked open. And shawl on the cushions is not what the couch is being. Yes, it is something that's happening on the couch, and so I can see why you used it. But because you're having these be their own sentences and just having them be this list, the turned off, shawl on the cushions, cat in the yarn don't work together. You could also switch it and instead do, I don't know, like Letterman is on or something like that. What's on the TV? You could say, if it was on, I guess you'd have to change it to that. But just like, show on the TV, shawl on the cushions, and cat in the yarn. Yeah, so that would work, come to think of it. It's just the turned off, okay, here's what it's doing. Shawl on the cushions. Not what it's doing. What another subject is acting upon it. But especially because we do need to get to that cat in the yarn, I do think saying what's on the TV would be the better choice. But like I said, I do really like the, wait, cat? And that, oh, yep, normal. That wasn't normal. I think that's great. I also really like the, I don't own a cat, but here, he, it, she, is. Love the he, it, she. I think that's great. This is nitpicky. I think this is fine as is. But I do feel like just going, I don't own a cat, but there. I think I said here every time. I don't own a cat, but there, he, it, she is. I blink. I don't even know how to take care of a cat. I inch closer to the thing and lean over. I think that would sound a bit more natural. Or you could also do, you could also do, I don't own a cat, but there, he, it, she is. I blink. It's black with white paws. I don't even know how to take care of a cat. I think that would work better as well. I don't know what exactly it is, but there's something a little odd about if I remember correctly, a black cat with white paws is a tuxedo cat and kind of breaks up the flow a little bit, even though it's not bad and this is kind of nitpicky. And I do really like your imagery throughout the piece. I can totally imagine this person just walking up. I do like the smooth my dress. That's a great little action. That is a great way to do, because we often talk about how description is the first thing to cut. The first thing that you should cut because it's the most unnecessary thing. But this is a great way to do two things at once. That there's movement, there's the smoothing motion, and the dress is telling you a physical description and likely what gender the protagonist is. And so I think that's a really great use of talking about someone's clothing. But yeah, and so then I like the just inching closer and being like, hey buddy, what you doing? Very cute image of it curled up in the yarn. I do like it's cute, but impractical. I feel like a lot of people feel that way about pets. They're like, no, if I could have one, I'd love to have one. It's just impractical. So I think that's great. I love the one jade eye cracks open. I can so imagine that. That is great. I'm not sure how I feel about the yawn stuff, because in one sense, it's very evocative, and I can totally... Not only do you say that they yawn, but you actually describe the intricacies of how they yawn, and that is creates a much more vivid picture and really puts me in the scene, and so I do like that. And it also does convey that it's like this character isn't very familiar with cats. They're kind of alien and strange to them, and so I do like that. But it also seems oddly specific, especially because so I've seen a dog yawn. Their tongue extends and curls with a wide mouth. Well, cats do that too. They might look a little more alien than dogs do when they yawn, but I wouldn't say it's so, and granted, I have lived with both animals my whole life, so I don't have the perspective of this character, but I wouldn't say it's so different that one is normal yawn and one is alien. I would just be like, okay, yeah, like, they yawn like dogs, just a little bit weirder, you know? But it is true that, like, I don't know if bulge is the right word, because I think their eyes go, like, squinty, you know, as they pull back. I mean, I don't know, I feel like I'm imagining both at the same time. I feel like I'm imagining big, bulging eyes and, like, their eyes squinting, so maybe they do both. I'm not sure. But anyways, so, yeah, I can see that cats do that, but it also, when it comes down to it, it is a lot of words. And if you didn't feel like you needed the words anywhere else, and granted, I don't know if you did, then, yeah, like, maybe it's not that big a deal, but it also feels like kind of a strange detail to get so detailed about. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, so the next thing is the call with the friend. So when I first read this, it didn't stick out that much, but the more I reread it, the more this part sticks out. And it's mainly because this thing is introduced and then dropped within one paragraph. That, you know, especially in these 350 word things, if you're going to introduce a new thing, that should be used or important in some way. But just to say, I call my friend, they seem happy, they leave, doesn't really feel necessary to include. And the emergency thing, in one hand, is like, seems accurate to real life, that someone might be like, yeah, sorry, emergency, gotta go. But at the same time, I think it could read like they need to help, that it's like, hey, emergency, please help me, stop staring at your cat, kind of thing. So it's not a huge deal. It's very realistic. I can totally see someone doing this in real life, but at the same time, it feels like it's introduced and then dropped and not really necessary to include. I do really like the character's attitude throughout the piece, that it's just very, I don't know what the word would be exactly, like, it's like a little on the edge of apathetic. Not completely apathetic, but it's just like, yeah, I don't hate cats, I'm not, like, mad about you being here, but I don't want to pay extra for rent, and, you know, it's just impractical. And I think that's realistic too. I really like that, and I like the different beats of it throughout the piece. I like having kind of this is kind of a repeat from earlier, but I think it works very well to just be like, sorry buddy, like, you gotta go. And they're just thinking about it throughout the piece. I like that a lot. And then I also really like they're checking the weather and going like, okay, it is super hot. I know it's cold in my house. Like, okay, you can stay today and cool off, but not tomorrow. I think that's great, and, you know, makes me a bit more endeared to the character, that they have compassion on the cat in the hot weather. I do think, and this could have been a me problem, but I didn't fully catch that the weather was hot when I was first reading it. And it's weird because you explicitly say it's sticky and it's summer weather, and that should be enough. And so I'm not quite sure why, but this was when I read to my dad, and he had the exact same problem. And so that's part of what made me want to say it. And so I do think that there would be a very easy fix, just adding abysmally hot. Like, not just saying it's abysmal, which could mean it's super cold, it's super hot, it's super rainy, it's storming. You know, it could mean a lot of different things, but just saying it's abysmally hot, I think would clear up the potential, what is it outside? What's going on there? Absolutely love the ending. The ending is my favorite part. And I just love the, I don't know how to exactly describe the attitude of it, but it's not like, wow, I fell totally in love and he's my best friend now. And it's not like, get out of here, I hate you, get out of my house. It's just like, you know, kind of, resigned feels a little too strong, but it's like, okay, like, I don't want to send you out into the heat, so I'll let you stay for today. You gotta go tomorrow. And then it stays the next day, and it's like, I don't really have the heart to make it leave. And it stays the next day, and it keeps happening. It's like, guess I got a cat now. And I feel like that's probably how a lot of real people have felt about getting their cats. So I just really loved how you did that. The cadence of it, the pacing of it, just fantastic. I don't know if you meant this, but I thought it was kind of cool that it's like, they don't know, like, what pronouns to use up here, but they do here, which kind of implies that they have, now that I'm saying it, it's maybe a little more awkward than I was meaning, but all I was wanting to say is that should mean that they've gotten to know the cat more, that they know the correct pronouns for it now, that they're not saying it, they're not saying he, she, it, question mark, that they have a set pronoun, and they're like, yeah, like, and it's kind of similar to the thing of if you name something that you get attached, and this is kind of like a step removed from that. It's like, I know what to call it, it's not an it, and so there's a little step of endearment there. So I think that's cool, and I love the implication that this is the home now, that is just gone through. It's not leaving. Like I said, that you didn't have to be explicit about, like, it would have been cute to end on, guess I got a cat now, but you didn't need to. It works really well as just, or even the day after that, and we know the implication there, and I think that is fantastic. Oh, spinning wheel of buffering. Okay, Mark says his is fine. Okay, and Koryan had it too. Okay, let's go over here. Oh yeah, I should look up, if Documancer, did you have any notes, any questions? I think it's also a meme, I guess. Oh yeah, you're talking about, like, I don't have a cat. Where is it? Yeah, I don't own a cat. Yes, yeah, I was gonna mention that. That is also a meme where it's like, someone posts a picture of a cat in their house and they're like, I don't own a cat. And then often the comments will be, you do now. So I did love that you not only did the cat distribution system meme, you also did the I don't own a cat meme, which go hand in hand, which is great. Oh, are you? No, well, okay. I'm glad I still got to talk about that because I wanted to. But now that I read the other comments around that comment, you were talking about the Kappa face, weren't you? Is it? Don't know why CAPPA makes Kappa? Is that, are those this guy's initials? I struggle with that dang first line. Gotcha. Well, tell me more. What made you pick that as the first line? What were you trying to do with the first line? Definitely an old Twitch thing that they're having some sort of event with. Gotcha. So the emote is a former employee from when Twitch was just in TV. It's used to convey sarcasm, according to Know Your Meme. I know nothing about this. Gotcha. Yeah, so weird. Documancer says, I was trying to create some tension. This is also a particular person who likes things a certain way. Gotcha. I can totally see what you're going for. I'm trying to think how it could be conveyed better. I think maybe I just still stand by what I said before, because as is, like there's no reaction. That might be it. That there's no this is the first reaction that we get, and it feels a little bit too late. But going like talking about, I always like to have things a particular way. You could even just start the first sentence by saying, today something's off. I always keep my thermostat this way. I keep my kitchen like this, and like list the things that they keep their place like, to convey, oh hey, like they like things a certain way. Or you could directly say, I like things a certain way. And then they go through the list and they're like, okay, that's fine. That's how I like it. Turned off, that's how I left it. Shut off, that's how I left it. Cracked open, not how I left it. Because they seem very, I guess, maybe blasé would be the word. They're just like, whatever. Like, it's kind of a conflicting, something's off, yet everything seems fine, right? Like, something's off, yet it's like, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, kind of thing. And, like, every time I say it, I'm like, I know what you were going for. I know you were, like, wanting to do, yeah, that's the point. This is fine, this is fine, this is not fine. I guess it's just that vibe wasn't quite clear enough that I wanted that to be a bit clearer. Yeah, humid breezes are the worst. Humidity is the worst kind of heat. The couch. Oh, yeah, the couch breaks the parallelism/verb agreement. Yes, exactly. I think I explained it pretty well, but that's in more technical terms what was happening. Documancer says, I was worried about the way I did that cadence, but I threw it in for the second time to make it make sense and have it as a character train of thought. Gotcha. Yeah, I think it's because it doesn't match. One is how a thing is being, another is what she's doing. Well, it's more like turned off. Okay, this has no subject. Where's the subject? Let's go back. It's the TV. TV is turned off. Okay, I remember this structure from over here. So, from here we got stove, sink, and window. Verbs, turned off, shut off, cracked open. Okay, so we're gonna get that set up again. All right. Okay, so there's the TV, turned off. Here's my couch. Shawl on the cushions. Shawl on the cushions isn't a state of being of the couch. That isn't what the couch is doing. My knitting supplies. Cat in the yarn. Again, totally new subject is introduced. It's not knitting supplies sitting there. Knitting supplies. But like I said, if you just had it that all of them were new subject doing a thing, new subject doing a thing. So like I said, the show on the TV doing the thing, then that would work. I did struggle with the couch shawl thing. I was like, what does a couch do? I'm trying to think if you did want to, I think it could ruin the cat thing, but if you did want to do that, what would you do? Okay, so there's a TV, my couch, my knitting supplies. Turned off. Why is the first thing I thought of cushy as ever? I don't think that really works. But yeah, that might be the issue. It's just that, yeah, sitting there is kind of what a couch does. That it's like turned off, sitting there, I guess that could be like kind of a play on words of you sit on a couch and the couch sits there. Turned off, sitting there, but that still would sound weird. And then, yeah, the knitting supplies also are just kind of there. And so it just gotta be like, yeah, knitting supplies sitting on the table, something like that. So I do still stand by what I said before, that I think switching it, especially because, yeah, couch doesn't really do anything. Neither do knitting supplies. There's my hand. That I think, just doing a new structure of thing on thing, thing on thing, thing on thing would fix it. I was trying to describe the extra large-eyed yawn, a very specific yawn I've seen my boy do. Gotcha. Yes, the pronoun suggests that the cat is no longer an it. It's supposed to be subtle and add to the cadence of or the next day. Yeah, for sure. Notice no buffering. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Nope, his initials aren't anywhere close. So why Kappa? I love that, like, the subplot of this... No, they're... The main plot of this stream is reading the stories. Subplot number 1 is the cat cam. Subplot number 2 is finding out the mystery of the Kappa hype train, the Kappa emote, and why it is called Kappa. Oh, gotcha. Documancer says, I picked the first line to be a characteristic of the person, that they're a particular person for the first line. It's supposed to be an introduction to her. Gotcha. I think it was also trying to create tension between something's off, but they're also going about it in a blasé way. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why I'm particularly struggling to voice my thoughts on this one, but, like, I think it's because it doesn't really convey... I mean, it does... There is an element where it does convey, I always do things one way, yes. But that is lower rung than just the immediacy of, this is going to be about lunch, this is going to be about lunch being at 10. And the fact that that doesn't factor at all makes it weird. And you could make it work if it was, like I said earlier, if it was just, but I can't eat because something's off. Or, you know, but now it's 11 because I can't figure out what's wrong. Or whatever, like if you just had some connection, I think that line would be fine. It's just the fact that it's like, lunch is always at 10, but today something's off. Is lunch not at 10 today? And like, it doesn't sound like any of this hindered lunch being at 10. And so it seems like the something being off has nothing to do with lunch being at 10 or anything that follows. Slogging? I don't know what we're talking about there. But oh yeah, I think the transition connection is missing another vein of my existence. That's fair. And like I said, like, especially if you didn't have the words, which I should ask this. Do you guys want me, because now that you actually have your names in the titles, well, some of you, but those of you who are following the new rules have your names in the titles, so I could include the word count. Would you guys like that, or would that look ugly? Because if I did include the word count, then that could... There are times when I do check to, especially if I'm making the sorts of critiques where I'm like, you should add this in, and then like the person usually comes back with, I didn't have enough words, so I do tend to check and go, okay, they didn't have words for this, where could I remove some words? Where could they remove some words? What was I gonna say? But yeah, so I could add it to the beginnings to inform, like, the critiques that are being said, that it's like, look, they had the words, or, okay, you were at 350, okay, if we want to add something, where do we take something away, that kind of thing. But anyways, I'm saying all this because if you did not have the words for a transition, it would be totally fine to take this out. It's like, just saying, today something's off. Honestly, even that alone does convey a little bit, potentially, that they have a routine, especially if you go into that routine afterwards. That's interesting. I wonder if you had said something more like, today something's off. Lunch is always at 10. Well, I was going to say, like, lunch is always at 10, the thermostat's always cold, the stove is turned off. I like that, but I don't think it fixes the issue, because I would be sitting here going, is that what's off? Why is that what's listed? You know? So I guess, okay, maybe you could do something like, today something's off. It's not my lunch. I had it at the proper time. It's not the temperature. It's cold how I like it. It's not the stove. It's turned off. It's not the sink or the window. It's not the sink. It's shut off. The window, however, is cracked open. I think that could work. I think that could convey what you're wanting to convey about the routine while also fixing the issues that I had. Referring to the couch. Couch is over there slogging like it usually does. Is that like a joke on like that lazy couch? That's great. As for the calling a friend, it was supposed to convey her trying to find help, but was shut down. Fate said, nah, you're not pawning the cat off. Oh, interesting. Okay. I guess in that case, that also could be something to just be explicit about. Just saying, like, I call my friend who seems happy for my new endeavor and doesn't want the cat. Or, like, I ask if she wants the cat, but she doesn't understand the situation. Or she says no or something like that. I think that could work because it doesn't quite... I can totally get that. That totally makes sense that that's what they're doing. But because you don't say it, it just kind of reads it like, I just want to say hi to my friend. Weird cat walked into my house. Okay, cool, gotta go. You know? And so I do think if you just said like, hey, do you want a cat? No, but I'm happy for you. Gotta go. You know, I think that would work a little bit better. But again, not super necessary. Like, it is nice to know, like, they tried to find someone else and failed. But that is kind of a double-edged sword, which is like, if that is what you want to convey, on the one hand, that is a good thing to convey, that it's like, yeah, I tried someone else and it didn't work. But the other edge is, if you're bringing up the potential of pawning the cat off on someone else, is this their only friend? Sure. First of all, is this their only friend? Second of all, is this the only time they could call them? Because surely they could call them after the emergency and be like, hey, you misunderstood me. Do you want a cat? Or they could be like, okay, Sally didn't work. Let's call John. John, you want a cat? You know, that kind of thing. So I don't think it's bad to include, but I also don't feel like it's necessary to include. It helps in some ways, and if it was clear, it helps in some ways, but also creates more questions in another way, if that makes sense. But yeah, oh, I was gonna look and see if you had any notes. Let's see. Were you one of the folks who wrote their name? Let's hope you were. Dang, no you weren't. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, no, just the toastiness. I hope I've successfully done a medium toasting for you. Alrighty, go back over here. It's okay. Like I said, I totally understand if people aren't... because people miss the streams and stuff like that, or don't watch the VODs, and so I understand not doing it yet, not being in the habit, even if you have heard it. And I did realize that I didn't actually, like, tag you guys and be like, new name, roll peeps! So I should do that, maybe when I post the intro this time. Some days you just can't get rid of a cat. Is that a suggestion for what they could say? That having them just be like, some days you can't get rid of a cat. Hang on a second. I want to see. Does that give you a better view of the Bella? Yeah, I think it's a little better. I might glow, but... Oh, looks like there's an ad.
But we do have the kitty. A much better view of the kitty.
You're so cute, Bella. Can you see her making biscuits? No, you can't. Can I? Not really. Oh, wrong way.
Kitty, kitty.
Oh, Megan says, reference to the Batman movie where he's trying to get rid of a bomb, but everywhere he wants to throw it, there are people. That's great.
Oh, don't get up, baby. Stay there. Stay there, baby cat. Stay there.
Ah, yes, some days cats are like a bomb. That's great. That feels like that could be a motto for decoy story. Alrighty, Rue. Also, how close are we to unlocking things? Yes, love the story, Documancer, and thank you so much, because I know that this was one that you did because I requested it, because I requested that that more people submit, and so I'm really grateful that that you did this, really, and thought you did a great job. One unlocked. Lovely. So we do have decoys unlocked. That is great to hear. Okie dokie. Let's go on to Death's Head's story. I Lay My Head on the Kitty Cat by Death's Head 419. Content warning, attempted suicide, main character is a POS. Light rain pattern on a helmet bagman. The disheveled man drinking the last of his night train express while standing on the railroad tracks. The fortified wine washed away his woes, like the notice from his wife's divorce. Okay, I'm gonna let the cat in and restart.
I'm gonna let the cat in and restart, because he's gonna distract me the whole time and make me trip.
Okay.
No? Kitty? Would you like to be held? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, kitty. You could also sit on the counter, but then I can't show both of you. But then I can't show both.
Well, if he settles down on the counter, then maybe I will, maybe I'll move it to him, because we've got a lot of Bella content so far.
You can lay down up there. You can. Yep. Oh, well, he's coming back through. What's he doing? What's he doing? Whoa! No trip.
I see. I see the Batman gifs. That's great.
Baby cat, please stay. Please stay, baby cat. You just got here. Here. And what if I move the chair? What if I move the chair closer to me? Would you like that? Would that be enough? Bo. Come on, baby. Baby, stay. Baby, stay.
Let's see if I can get through this without him interrupting again. Alright. I Lay My Head on the Kitty Cat by Death's Head 419. Content warning, attempted suicide, main character is a POS. Light rain pattern on helmet bagman. The disheveled man drinking the last of his night train express while standing on the railroad tracks. The fortified wine washed away his woes, like the notice from his wife's divorce lawyer, the breakup letter from his girlfriend, and a request from his investment firm to resign by week's end. Only, all of the papers were still at Helmet's feet, damp from the rain, scattered between the tracks, but still heralding doom. "Why me?" Helmet whined, throwing his bottle to shatter against the graffiti-stained wall. "I followed my brother's playbook to the letter. Why is he a millionaire and I'm bound for the gutter?" He stared up at the impassive gray sky, but got only water in reply. Helmet loosened his tie and lay down on the cold, hard ground, trying to place his neck as though the Eastern flyer would act as a guillotine and spare him the indignity of facing it all. To Helmet's surprise, his head found something soft and warm, like a Cosmos-provided pillow to ease his way out. The pillow meowed and darted away, Helmet awkwardly turning himself over. There was a mangy gray cat beside the other tracks. She glanced back at him with shiny yellow eyes, sat down, and began licking her paws. "Poor thing, you're just like me," Helmet muttered. A larger tomcat hopped over the rail, sitting down beside the first and licking the top of her head. Or maybe not. You have someone in this world. Helmet blinked, lifting himself up. Yeah, there are lots of lonely people who lost everyone. We need to give them companionship, and there are millions of stray cats. The ground was rumbling as Helmet crawled over to the cats, taking the female on in his hands. The train rushed by, the air pulling on his body. Yes, that's it! A pneumatic system that will suck up stray cats, groom them in little washes, and then deliver them at the press of a button. Thank you, little kitty. You saved my career. The cat just meowed. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Documancer said, I didn't have too much to ask since y'all needed more submissions, last minute things. Super fair, and yes, it is very much appreciated. His wife divorced him. At least he has a girlfriend. Nah, she dumped him. You can always bury yourself in your work. They fired him. Damn, nobody wants you, huh? Yeah. No sucking up the kitties. That's great. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung and Mako Cam. Kitty. Yeah, what do you want, baby? I don't think you could see him, but he was looking up at Bella like he wanted to get on the chair.
Kitty, did you want to go on the table after all? Did you want to go on the table? Bella's like, people disturbing my rest. What are you doing? Kitty tail on the mic.
Oh, thank you for the cheer, Marx. Alrighty-roo. This was a lot of fun. It's interesting because it's like sad and intense, but also fun. And then the only other note was just, no, I don't know what possessed me to write this one. No questions from the notes, but of course, if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask them. Alrighty-roo. I guess I'll start because you made a comment on it. I guess I'll start with that I really loved the way that you did this, especially with the divorce papers and then the girlfriend breakup that tells you, yeah, he's been having an affair, so much so that like they are at boyfriend-girlfriend status. And it just flows super well, and it also is flowing in the sense of
oh, you want out? Okay, fine. Such a little weirdo. Isn't he, Belle? He's just a little weirdo.
Oh yeah, but it's all conveyed within the context of, why me? My wife is divorcing me. My girlfriend broke up with me. Okay, I'm starting to see the connection there. You know, I like how, and I guess part of why I like it so much is because it's very much in the character's head, that you could have been like, Helmut Bagman was the worst man you could see around, and he had just received both the divorce papers from his wife and the breakup from text or letter from his girlfriend, you know, which would work too. But the fact that it's conveyed within, these are my woes, and not these are the things I did wrong, like I should be thinking about this is perfectly inside of his head, that I think is very well done. So my biggest critique for the piece is actually quite simply Night Train Express and Eastern Flyer. So I didn't and still don't know about a wine called the Night Train Express. And especially because it has train and express in it, it makes it extra confusing that this is a wine, and this is another thing that's in the first sentence. And so I was very thrown by that. That made it more difficult to get into the story because I got confused by that. And then, yes, you can convey that the Eastern Flyer is a train. I don't think that's difficult to deduce. But I myself, I didn't know that the Eastern Flyer was a train, and so I was like, okay, I don't know what's acting like a guillotine, but it's probably something horrifying. And it feels like in both cases, there's no need to be specific. That you can just say the last of his fortified wine, and then you can just say wine the second time, perhaps. And then, so that the train. And because we talked about this before with Massacre's story last week, that Massacre's story had the mare's leg carbine at the beginning. And what I was saying about that is that this is a very specific gun. So if you know what it is, then you get a very specific picture, and that's a pretty good thing. That's not a bad thing to be giving your readers a highly specific picture. But the problem with it is that if your reader has no idea what that is, they get little to no picture at all. And so my critique there was refer to it in more general terms at the beginning, and then you can call it those specific terms once you've established to the general populace of what it is. Though unfortunately in this case, I don't see that benefit. And like, it could just be me not being familiar with what Night Train Express is, but I don't see the benefit of being specific in either case. I don't get a specific image for the Eastern Flyer. I don't get a specific image for the Night Train Express, and maybe I didn't do as much research as I should have for these ones, but it feels like you lose nothing by changing it to something more general. And you have everything to gain by changing both to something more general. And I, as a reader, would have understood the story much better if they were more general. And then the next critique I have is that, so the fortified wine washed away his woes like the. That seems to be about to say, something washed away his woes, like this other thing that is washing away his woes. Not, this thing washed away his woes are like this. And I think that this would actually be a quite simple fix, that if you just did that, and or you took out the like entirely and added the colon, I think that would fix it entirely, because it would say, hey, I'm about to go into a list. I'm about to go into a list of what I just said. Not, this washed away his woes like this other thing washes away his woes. And that issue compounds with the only here. So we have, allowing wash away his woes like the notice from his device, the divorce papers, the breakup letter, and the request to resign. Only all of the papers are still at Helmut's feet. I'm not sure if that was meant to be a joke, and perhaps the joke just didn't land for me, and feel free, other people feel free to note if the joke did land for you. But for me, nowhere did I think that his woes were literally washed away. And so I was very confused as to why it said only, because I was like, this is setting up contrast. What is this contrasting with? And it took me a couple reads to go, oh, the contrast is, it's saying that it washed these things away, only they're still at his feet. And it could have worked better if there wasn't the issue of the like as well. But I feel like just taking out that only, taking out the contrast, and going, all the papers are still at Helmut's feet. I think that would work super well. But yeah, as is, it didn't feel like a contrast to me. To say that the wine washes away the woes, yet they're still at his feet. Like, all the time, people will be drinking and laying their head upon their woes. Laying their head upon the tax papers, or whatever they're drinking to forget, So, that threw me a bit. But nonetheless, I do really like the images throughout here. I love that image of just drinking his wine on the tracks, thinking about his woes, and they're there at his feet, like damp in the rain, and I do like the still heralding doom, that even though they're damp and scattered, that they still are this big oppressive presence to him. They are not things that are just blowing away in the wind and washing away in the rain. I guess that is something you could have maybe done if you had it the rain instead of the fortified wine. Maybe that would have worked, because then that would be a contrast of like, oh yes, the rain washed away his woes. The divorce papers, the letter, the request to resign. Only all the papers are still at his feet. Yeah, I think that would work. I think it's just the fact that it's the wine that's doing the washing, not the rain. And if it was the rain, that would be a contrast. I do really like I like the image of him throwing the bottle on the graffiti stained wall. I think graffiti stained is also a great way to do a description thing as well. That instead of wasting a bunch of words to say the wall was covered in much graffiti and it looked like this and that, instead you're just saying graffiti stained wall, and that gives me a very vivid picture of what it is with just, I was gonna say with one extra word, but if you had actually put in that dash there, and that is what it's meant to be, that counts as one word. that counts as one word in word counter. Yes, it does still add characters, of course, but it would not contribute to your word limit. So that's definitely something for all of us to consider, that if you're wanting to have some kind of physical description of something, doing something like graffiti stained is a great way to do it. I also really like what he says, and it does feel like that kind of person, that there is a kind of person who is always being like, why do bad things happen? And then it's like, well, maybe if you didn't have a girlfriend, your wife wouldn't be divorcing you. Maybe if you didn't have a wife, your girlfriend wouldn't be breaking up with you. Stuff to consider, but that's so realistic to what these people are like, that they don't stop to consider those things, and they are yelling at the sky, why me? And then, even though, yes, there is an element of, well, no, that's a different thing. But I also do really like this as well. I like it from just a character thing. It makes the world feel bigger. It makes the character feel more real, that they're talking about the brother and his playbook and stuff like that. And I don't think you intended it to be deep. And it could be that because we'll talk about the ending, but the ending could be meant to imply that he's a bit of an idiot, and that's why he can't hold down a job. It's because he actually doesn't do his job well. So where his brother might. So that could definitely be the situation here. But and like I said, I don't think you intended anything deep, but I do think there's something kind of deep in the idea that, yes, there are people who play from the same playbook. They do the same things. They are these two people, both pieces of crap, both doing the same actions. And one is a millionaire and one is a gutter. And one is in the gutter. Not one is in the gutter. And I just I like that. I mean, in a way it's a sad idea, but at the same time, it's very true. And I like conveying that doing what is right. We do what is right to do what is right. Doing what is right isn't going to automatically make you a millionaire. And doing what is wrong isn't necessarily always going to land you in the gutter. And I really like that idea. Even if you didn't intend anything that deep, that really struck me when I got there. I like the impassive gray sky and getting water in reply. Feels like everything is against him, even the sky itself. I think that's cool. So one of my other, perhaps biggest critiques for the piece is also quite simply the phrasing of cold, hard ground, for a couple of reasons. And one is that train tracks, I wouldn't describe train tracks as the cold, hard ground. Because cold, hard ground to me implies more of a, I want to say monotone, but I don't think that's the word, but it's just like homogeneous, I think would be the word, that it's like, yeah, the ground, whether it be concrete or dirt, it's just kind of a homogeneous thing here. But train tracks, you've got the tracks, you've got the like rails on the side, you've got the what I call it, yeah, the ties, you've got the gravel, you've got the boards. It's all different textures, and like doesn't really feel like that's properly described as the cold hard ground. And the thing about it is that, and this could be just an issue of me reading it too fast the first time I read it, but when I saw cold hard ground, I was not thinking train tracks. And because the train was mentioned earlier, that he's standing by the train tracks, let's see, when was exactly the last time? Yeah, standing on the railroad tracks. And now that I'm rereading that, I think I missed it because of this. I think I missed it because the Night Train Express threw me. And I was like, drinking the last of the train? What's going on there? Huh? And as I'm going, what's going on there? Huh? I'm totally missing the railroad tracks. So yeah, let's make sure that's the last time it was mentioned. Okay, so tracks are mentioned here. So this one could definitely just be a me problem that I missed that. So there's that. And then, so cold hard ground, Eastern Flyer. Yeah, so nothing in here is explicit that these are train tracks. And it feels like, even though, yes, you did mention that there are railroad tracks earlier, especially because cold hard ground is not really an accurate description of what I'd consider train tracks to be, and because calling it train tracks will just help make it clearer to the reader, I think that it would fix a world of issues just to say, lay down on the train tracks. And even that could fix this issue. That if you said train tracks here, I probably would have been less confused as to what the Eastern Flyer was. I still stand by what I said before, that I think just saying train would have been better. But I think this would have worked to include if you said train tracks there. Guillotine's very evocative, very, very horrifyingly evocative, and well done in that way. I do really like him just like laying back on the cat, and I like the description of it being a Cosmos provided pillow to ease his way out, that it's like, oh, this is kind of nice. That is fantastic. This is something that only occurred to me on like my third or fourth read, and so it is really not a big deal, but it is something that I'll just like mention to consider. So when I first was reading it and completely missing the tracks and stuff, I was like, okay, so he's just like, he's by a graffiti stained wall, he's just kind of in the city, he's just like laying down kind of on the sidewalk or something. And that made a little bit more sense, like on a sidewalk or under a bench or something. Yeah, like I could see, okay, there might be a cat there. But especially knowing these are train tracks, first of all, if the train is that close, the cat should be feeling the vibrations as it's sleeping on the tracks and getting out of there. Granted, I don't live by train tracks, so I don't know if it's very common for cats to do that and just stay and be fine. Or not be fine. So yeah, it feels weird that the cat's there and not getting up, but it also feels weird that, you know, he could be, there's a man approaching the tracks, like the gravel's probably squishing, making noise. Like this is not like concrete, which would be quieter and like notify the cat less. Like these are train tracks. There are like things that would notify the cat, hey, person's approaching. And if this is a feral cat, then they probably would be getting up. And even as I say all this, like, it's really nitpicky and like really not that important. But it's just something to consider, that you do have to suspend your disbelief a little bit. And granted, I guess I'll say this was one of my dad's critiques, that this wasn't something that I noticed at all, but he pointed out, and I was like, that is kind of a good point, that a feral cat probably is going to get up if someone approaches. But yeah, not really something that I noticed on my own, if that makes sense. And the image is so cool that, like, even if there is that issue there, I still think you should keep it. Just a thing to consider. I also really like the pillow meowed. I like describing it as, we don't know what it is. We just know that it's soft and fluffy and nice, and this is a pillow. And the pillow meowed. That is fantastic. That is so in character. I really love that, and so cute. So yeah, absolutely love that. I like the image of the cat. I can totally imagine it, being all gross and then looking at him and licking herself. And I do think that this makes him less of a POS, that he is, like, having compassion on the cat. Granted, as I say that, he's having compassion on the cat through himself, that it's like, you're like me, so I have compassion on you, so maybe it's not as much compassion as I want it to be, but it is like, oh, like, you're alone, that's sad, I feel for you, he's not just completely being mean to the cat or telling it to shoo or whatever. He's actually thinking about the cat and having empathy, and I think that makes him a little more endearing. And I enjoy that. And I do think it's cute how, like, the other cat comes up and is licking her head, super cute, and then he's like, okay, well, maybe you're not like me. You have someone. Way to rub it in. Very, very fun. Well, not fun for him, but I like that way of doing it. Feels very much how these kinds of people act, where it's like, yes, they can, like, have compassion in 1 second and then be like, oh, like, how dare you, in the next second. So yeah, I guess as I'm saying that out loud, maybe I went too far as to say this makes him less of a POS. But yeah. I have very mixed feelings about the ending, because in one sense it's like, okay, like, yeah, he's just kind of a bit of an idiot. Maybe why he can't hold down a job. He's just like, he sees a cat and thinks of a wacky idea of, like, sucking the kitties up in tubes and washing them and sending them to people and stuff like that. And so it is cute, it is funny, it is fun, and it may indeed just be exactly what you're trying to convey about the character. And it does convey the prompt. I do think that if you were to remove this, then I might be going, there's cat, not so much a distribution system. But at the same time, something does feel off about the ending. It does feel like it takes a turn. And I'm not entirely sure why, but I think my best guess is that the story, like, does have... Let's see, how do I describe it? Even though there is, like, some humor in the story, like, especially in the sense of, like, the divorce lawyer breakup from the girlfriend, there is some humor there. But it does seem overall, and there is, like, Cosmos provided pillow, like, that is a bit funny and stuff like that. But the situation does feel like a situation that could really happen. It does feel like, yeah, as I've been saying, there are people like this who totally don't recognize the error of their ways. I could totally see someone actually trying to do that, and then, yeah, like, that is possible. Aside from what I said before about... would the cat stay? Would it get up? Aside from that, like, that is totally something that could happen. That somebody could lay down and there's a cat there, and stuff like that. But it begs suspension of disbelief to think that somebody would be like, I have the best idea to create a pneumatic system where we suck up the cats and wash them and give them to people. It's cute, and as I said, maybe this is just how he is all the time, and, like, so, like, there are people who do think like this. I do think that does exist, but he was not set up as someone who thinks like that. He was set up as, like, yes, Like, this is just a normal dude who doesn't recognize that, hey, maybe you shouldn't have a wife and a girlfriend, kind of thing. Normal dude who's not a great dude. And not necessarily like an idiot or somebody who thinks really outside the box or comes up with hilarious ideas that he has no clue don't work. I think you could have set it up, and granted, like, I don't think you had the words for it, but if you were, so you'd have to take out words somewhere, but if you did have it something like, he didn't, like, I don't understand, why me, like, my ideas were so good, and then maybe the narration is talking about, like, his idea for insert crazy idea, it flopped. His idea for insert crazy idea, that flopped too, and he's sitting there going, why in the world are these ideas of mine flopping? And we're sitting there going, because they're a little bit crazy, And then when we get to the end, we're like, yes, that is exactly the kind of person he is. He just has all these wacky ideas that are doomed to fail from the start, and he just can't even see that they're doomed to fail. So I think that would have made the ending work better and not feel like a change, and not feel like something shifted at the end. But it is cute. It is fun. Let's see what folks have been saying. Night Train Express is pretty infamous. I'm gonna ask for the chat's opinion on that one. And I do see Makocam says, I've never heard of it. Little Lady Eva says, I've also never heard of it. Thought it was slang for gutter wine. Interesting. Got the vibe of the cheaper stuff. Mako says, I tried to look it up and it showed me a picture of Mad Dog 2020. Can you take a picture of that? And just like looking it up. If you hadn't been cheating on your wife and then dumped by your mistress, maybe your job wouldn't have asked you to resign. Yep. Doing what's right is often diametrically opposed to becoming a millionaire. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you're not wrong. I want to see, let's see. Oh yes, the kitty's there. Let me see. Are you gonna load? And I see breathtaking black and white cat breeds. Feels like you're let's see. Okay, so it does count. Okay, so the first thing that comes up is Modern Drunkard magazine, last stop for Night Train Express. And then the next one is videos of Night Train Express, and it says Europe's best night trains. And then the next one's wine, the next one's a train, the next one's a train, the next one's a train. So, and the next one is bumwine.com. So, okay, so it does, the wine does come up, but I've never heard of it, and yeah, I want to ask more opinions in the chat. So we have 3 people who have not heard of it, and if everybody in the chat says that they haven't heard of it, then I very much, I mean, I kind of still, I don't know. Yeah, if lots of people in the chat have not heard of it, then I feel like my critique still stands, that it's like, okay, this might have just been an issue of maybe you thought it was infamous but didn't realize it wasn't as infamous as you thought, or something like that. But if a ton of people in the chat are like, oh yeah, I totally know what it is, then maybe it's on me. Maybe everybody else would get this and I'm the one who didn't. This is also the guy who thinks the delivery of cats through pneumatic tubes is a good idea. May not have followed that playbook as well as he says he did. That's possible. That's very possible. Yeah, that was a thing I thought when I read it. Train stations don't work like that. You mean with just the train going through without any warning? Yeah. This is yeah, true. This is an idea he came up with after drinking a whole bottle of fortified wine. Interesting, you know? And again, like, the other problem is I don't drink, and so that could be part of why I'm not as familiar as well, which could also very much put it in the camp of everybody else would get this. This is just you, Kaylee. And so I don't know a whole lot about fortified wine. I'm assuming it's stronger than normal wine, but I did not. So let's see, where Where does it talk about it? Okay, so it does say he drinks the last of it. Yeah, so that might indeed just come down to I didn't understand what was happening with the Night Train Express, and so maybe if I did know this is a wine, I'd go, yes, he is completely drunk and is coming up with a drunk idea. But I did not get that's interesting. Why did I not get the impression that this is just a drunk guy off his rocker doing things he would not do when he's sober? I don't know why I didn't get that impression. Because it does say, like, drinking the last and fortified wine. So, yeah, like, I don't know why. Did you guys get that impression properly? Were you guys like, yeah, like, the idea totally makes sense because it's just the idea of a drunkard? Or were you kind of in my camp where you didn't fully connect? These are the ramblings of a drunk man. That's so weird. I didn't get that. I don't know why that wouldn't connect. Let's see. Yeah, okay, Mika says, I missed that too. Or, no, you're not replying to the question I just asked. What did you miss? What are you saying you missed? Thank you for the cheers, Norman. Was busy doing stuff, but now I'm back. Indeed, welcome back. Yeah. Oh, Documancer says, cold hard ground reminds me of melodramatic music where there's someone agonizing over some scenario and they curl into the cold hard ground. I feel like you're specifically thinking of Trouble by Taylor Swift. I don't know that a ton of songs use it, though I could be wrong. I think you're thinking of that just because it's a very specific song lyric from a song that was played a lot, at least at one point. I think we're about 60% of the way to the next encore. 60% on the dot. That's awesome. Could be a recently abandoned cat. That's true. I guess in that case, it's the mangy. That would be my issue because I don't know for sure if this cat actually has mange or if it's just our viewpoint character being like, oh, what mangy cat. Either way, seems like it's at least a bit disheveled and like a very recently abandoned cat probably wouldn't be quite disheveled enough to call it mangy just yet. Unless it's just him being like, there's a speck of dirt on its fur. What a mangy little thing, you know? Yeah, it makes sense. As it says, yeah, his compassion's very self-centered. The ending idea is that he's very, very drunk and is coming off a suicide attempt. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, and he could be fired for being an idiot. Very true. Interesting. So, Ghoulish says, I haven't heard of it. Mako says, about the wine. And Mako says, I can definitely confirm it was infamous. The article from Drunkard Magazine talks about how the brand had been on the edge of death since the mid-'80s. And as of now, at least, is shut down. No idea when the article is from, though, since there's no date on it. And not when I could find, at least. Gotcha. Okay, so that does make sense, that it's like, it was infamous, and maybe you knew it when it was in its prime and didn't realize that it went out of fashion. But since it's gone out of fashion, it's no longer infamous, and so at least 4 people have never heard of it. 4 people in the chat, I mean. Yeah, Mako says, my guess is 1 bottle doesn't really trigger drunk in our alcohol-soaked society. Yeah, it probably is just as simple as that, actually. Like, aside from not...
Oh, you getting up, baby? Oh, no. They'll have nothing to watch. Nothing to watch. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, just turn around. That works.
So aside from me getting confused about the Night Train Express, yeah, that could definitely be it. That I was just like, yeah, he drank a bottle and not connecting. If you drink 1 bottle and it's something strong, seemingly, that should be enough to get you drunk. I was just like, oh yeah, like, bottle 1, where's the rest? Documancer says, I think this is a thing of trusting your readers versus having your own subculture. I often remember of an infamous story of my grandmother who once had a dinner with an infamous rapper, but when I bring it up, I found out Pitbull is niche. It's kind of a mild cultural shock. I've heard of Pitbull, so I wouldn't think of him as being niche, but that is interesting. So you're kind of saying, like, to you, this is infamous, but, like, to readers, it's not? What do you mean by trusting your readers? Yeah, I was thinking of Trouble by Taylor Swift. Gotcha. Oh, and Ghoulish says he is a bit niche. So we're finding out things on the stream where even like these different things where I'm like, Pitbull's niche, and Ghoulish is like, Pitbull is niche. Documancer. I didn't realize he was niche until recently with how everyone in my family knows, but we're also all from Florida, and so is he. Yeah, 1 bottle of peach schnapps versus 1 bottle of vodka. Very true. And that could just be the issue of me not knowing fortified wine very well. Did I ask? I'm not sure if I asked, but did you guys get the impression of... Yes, I saw that he drank the last of the bottle. He's completely drunk. Did you get that impression, or were you with me and like, no, I didn't really get that he was drunk off his rocker and coming up with wacky ideas? My thoughts exactly about the schnapps versus vodka. Yeah, I remember hearing jokes about how Pitbull was randomly showing up in every pop song. Yeah, maybe that's why I know the name, is because, like, he showed up in pop songs in the past. Trusting your readers, not spoon-feeding details. Well, that feels like, where'd it go? Because that feels like you're saying the same thing twice, because you're saying, I trust my readers to know what the Night Train Express is, and Night Train Express is also from my own subculture. So what is the contrast between those two things? Interesting. Okay, little lady Eva says, I understood that he was drunk. Got it. Nico says, I got it more that he was sad, depressed, not that he was 10 sheets to the wind. Yes, I agree with that. I also was like, he's just really sad and you know, doesn't know what to live for. Fair, Ghoulish, I'll be honest, I'm operating on 3 hours of sleep. I myself am drunk on no sleep. Okay, so little lady Eva says, it was really the cat tubes that hammered home how hammered he was. That's great. Okay, so you totally got what Dudsa was going for. Ghoulish says, I envy Bella right now. Oh, that's very fair. One dovetails into the other. Very, very true, yeah. I guess, like, yeah, and again, it is the situation of, like, the words issue, but I do think if you had it that he's stumbling as he's, because he seems he's slurring his words, he's stumbling. I guess that could be part of it, too, that he seems very coherent, like saying, why me? I followed my brother's playbook to the letter. Why is he a millionaire and I'm bound for the gutter? Is very different from, why me? Follow my brother's playbook to the letter. Why is he a millionaire and I'm bound for the gutter? You know, totally different readings. And so I do think if you added the slurs in the actual words, or you just said helmet slurred instead of helmet whined, I think that would help a lot. 3 hours of sleep, gang. Yeah, depression and drunkenness aren't too far off. Documancer says, no, I mean, like, not realizing something is a subculture and then treating it like pop culture. Gotcha. Yeah, that I do think that is what happened there. That for Dutzad, he was like, yes, Night Train Express, this is pop culture. And then a lot of us were like, I think this is a subculture. Interesting. Hellenic had to miss it, but thanks for stopping by. Let's see. I don't know what we're talking about, the numbers. Wait. So, I'm confused. Didn't you say that when you looked it up you got something different? But you did actually get it when you looked it up. There you go. Alcohol is a downer. Yeah, makes sense. Alrighty-roo, but this was very fun. It's like expecting other people to know who Gojira is pre-Paris Olympics. I haven't seen the pre-Paris Olympics, so I still don't know who it is. But yeah. I said I got a picture of Mad Dog. Oh, gotcha. I guess, yeah, okay. Alrighty, Rue. Thank you so much for submitting, Death's This was fun. And I liked it because it was very different. Like, I really loved the stories this week. And I loved that this one was so different from a lot of the stories as well. So I thought that was fun. But yes, let us go on to Marx's story. Art. Maybe the true cats were the friends we made along the way. Overly familiar by Marx. Matt lived in a temple, surrounded by an enchanted forest on top of a mountain. That usually meant things were pretty quiet. Matt raised an eyebrow, watching what was causing all the ruckus in front of his home. There was a huge bear chasing a cat. The bear was quite agile for her size, but the cat changed directions too fast for her. The cat suddenly froze, then darted straight for Matt. By the time he knew what was happening, the cat was in his arms. The bear stopped right in front of the temple's entrance. She knew the rules. In a flash, where once stood a bear was now a huge woman with wild yellow eyes. She scowled at the cat before smiling at Matt. "Morning. Could you let go of my breakfast?" "Morning, Ardio." Matt then looked down at the cat and shrugged, stroking its fur, immediately getting a purr in response. "Surely this wouldn't come close to filling you." Ardio grinned widely. "Well, not in that form it wouldn't." Matt blinked and looked back down at the cat. His eyes glowed for a moment. "Show me your true form." In a burst of flames, Matt was now carrying a woman in his arms. She had Japanese features, along with retaining her feline ears and tail. And she was very hot. Though she was quite attractive, that was mostly in reference to her temperature. It was like holding lava. Not that Matt had to worry about the heat any more than he did the flames. Still, his eyes narrowed. "What are you?" She flashed him a Cheshire grin. "I'm Akasha." When Matt blinked silently at the explanation, Ardio added, "She's a fire cat demon." "You smell like death," the Akasha purred, nuzzling him. Matt rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I know." "I like your house," she said, looking behind Matt to the entrance. "Thank you. Now, which room is mine?" The Akasha suddenly jumped out of his arms and strolled into the temple. "Well, we have plenty of..." "Wait, what?" Matt sputtered, chasing the demon inside. And throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Alrighty. I thought you meant Gojira's and Godzilla. Oh no, wow, Documancer, you are fast. Sina already threw in a revised version of my story. Remind me at the break to, well, I was gonna say to take a look at that, but my phone is on the table, so I guess I can't do that at the break. Let's see. They're a band that performed during the ceremony. Gotcha. Oh, there's stuttering. Is everybody still having stuttering? That's no good. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Well, oh yeah, I do see. I see some red down there. I don't like that. And I do, since you guys aren't answering, I'm guessing you're a little bit late. I'm saying this at 5:05. When are you getting this? All right, here. Well, it's kind of unfortunate. Oh no. It's rather unfortunate that this is where the stuttering is occurring, because Marx's story and my story are the ones where I need audience participation more than ever. Because I thought Marx's story was pretty dang solid and pretty dang good. And I feel like this is one of those stories where the biggest problems potentially come from people not knowing the universe. Slight stuttering, it kind of messed with the story. Gotcha. Is it still stuttering now? Oh, it seems to be getting worse. Crap, what is happening? Because I'm seeing the number of dropped frames going up a lot. Hours late. 5:06. Okay, so it's just 1 minute late. That's okay. That's doable. Is it getting worse? Is it the same? How bad is it? I can edit videos now, so I am capable of, if I cut the stream now and restart, I can stick them together. I don't know if it'll fix the problem though. Yes, yeah, exactly. But here, well, I mean, you are a minute late, so I should be saying let's see, where'd it go? Here we go. I should be reading Marx's questions to you guys. Alright. My camera's going in slow motion even when it's going strong. Is it because of the cat cam? Is the cat cam causing problems? Is this on my end or is this on Twitch's end? Let's try and turn off the cat cam. The Amitas. The frames do seem to be dropping. Oh, I see green. I see the thing is green again. It was red a second ago. Not sure. Well, well, we'll keep going. I'll keep listening. So yeah, tell me if you want me to try and stop and then restart. Tell me if it's getting better, worse, the same. Doubt it's the cat cam. Well, we'll see. I mean, right around when I turned it off, it went green. So I don't know about that. That immediately made my camera better. Oh no. But the kitty though. Yeah, we had been running fine for pretty much 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours exactly. We pretty much just hit 2 hours. I stand corrected. Alright, okay, let me read Marx's questions. So he said, I just had fun with this one. Not even sure if it'll be canon in my universe or not, but was it fun to read? If you're not familiar with my world, could you still follow what was going on? Was it engaging, even though it was written kind of dropping in the middle of the story? I'm hoping any questions anyone had, such as who is Matt, why is he fireproof, why does he smell like death, and so on and so forth, weren't necessary to understand the story. So yes, please do answer those questions in the chat. Seems good now. I had lag just before the subject got brought up, but no longer. I get tolerant to minor latency. Gotcha. Interesting. All right, room. Well, yes, as I said, I thought this story was super fun, very, very enjoyable. I can totally tell that you just had a lot of fun with this. And I will confess that I don't remember your story for Hold My Bear, but it is really fun that you used the character from... I know that this is a character from Hold My Bear, and so I love that you used the character from the other... one of our other only animal prompts in this one. So that was very cute. And I just totally get the image of Matt is just like walking onto the porch to a beautiful morning and sipping his morning coffee, and he just hears horrifying noises and sees a bear chasing a cat, and he's like, this is fine, all right, morning show. I think that's great. I do like that usually meant things were pretty quiet. I might have italicized the usually to convey, hey, things aren't quiet. Because I definitely took that to mean, the first time I read it, I definitely took it to mean just without it italicized. Things are quiet. Yeah, like, hey, usually meant things are pretty quiet. Nice morning. And then, and then we go to the ruckus. So I do think if you italicized it, it would make it clear. But knowing what you meant, that is kind of fun to go, usually things are quiet, but not today. What's causing the ruckus, I think, is fun. Coffee sipping Matt is accurate. Awesome. And then I like the description. I think this is cool because this is very simple. It did not cost you a lot of words, but you were able to just convey a little bit of what's going on in the fights. Like, okay, the bear's pretty agile, cat's changing directions, and I can totally get this image of the cat just like zigzagging and swerving and this big bear going after. And you didn't need a whole lot of words to convey it. So I think that's great. And then it is kind of funny, just the image of like staring at Matt and then making a beeline for him and jumping into his arms. I really like the she knew the rules. I think that is a great way to do context. And it's kind of hard to, because every story is different, and it's kind of hard to say, like, use this kind of thing in your own stories, everybody, because it's hard to tell, like, what exactly is it and why does it work. All I can say is that I know it does. But it conveys, hey, the bear stopped, she knew the rules, she needs to not be in her bear form, she needs to be talking in her human form to Matt, and you don't need to elaborate on what the rules were. And, like, yeah, like, it could have worked just to have the bear stop and turn into a lady. That would be fine. But I do think that adding that she knew the rules really adds something that it goes, okay, like, this is a rule that he set up. They have a rapport. They have a relationship. I think that does a great job there. I also like the description of her. I can imagine that. And then I like how polite she is to Matt, and just, could you let go of my breakfast? I was really hoping to eat that. And I do love that Matt, thinking that this is a cat, doesn't immediately just go, sure, yeet. You know, that he's like, I don't know if I want you eating a cute little kitty cat. Like, this isn't gonna fill you up. And granted, maybe I'm giving Matt too much benefit of the doubt. Maybe he would not care about Artio eating a cat. He genuinely is just like, this isn't going to fill you up. But it did make Matt a little more endearing to me, that because I was like, no, don't eat the kitty cat, when I thought it was an actual kitty. And so that was endearing. And this is extra funny, knowing that this is a person that she's like, yes, thank you, save me. And then this is fun too. I really like the progression of this story, that going from, like, even if it was just, he's in his temple drinking his coffee and a bear and a cat are making a ruckus. If that was the whole story, and the whole story just had to do with, like, dealing with, like, either saving the cat or trying to get the ruckus to go away, or something like that, like, that would totally work for the story. But having it go to even more exciting places of, like, okay, it's fun and exciting, we've got a cat and a bear chasing a cat. Next layer is, oh, the bear is actually, like, a person, a shapeshifter. That adds intrigue, that adds drama. And then we learn the cat is also actually a person, is actually a shapeshifter. Then that adds even more intrigue and drama. And it feels like a great progression to the story of things moving along well, and each part creating a new thing that can continue to captivate the reader's interest. So I think you did a great job with that. I do like the note of his eyes glowing and telling her to show him her true form. The one thing for me as the reader of these stories that I would have liked from that is I wanted to know if his voice got deeper when he said that, because I kind of tried to do something a little in the middle. Oh, there's an ad break. Well, I want to turn the cat cam back on, but I don't want the lag to happen.
I don't want the lag to happen. No lags.
See, am I covering her face?
Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're such a cute kitty. Baby kitty.
It's also funny how instead of it being writing Amida, reading Amida, gaming Amida, and now it's big writing Amida, space, small writing Amida, reading Amida. It feels like the progression of writing. Big brain inspiration. Okay, gotta edit it. Smaller brain. Read! Alright. So yeah, the only thing I wanted more from the eyes glowing thing is, as the reader, I'd love to know if his voice got deeper. I kind of tried to do it in the middle, like maybe a little deeper than I was doing his voice, but not super. But that is just a reader thing. It's a reading out loud thing, not super necessary. And I also do like, and only newcomers can say this for sure, but I hope that the eyes glowing is something that can convey, hey, homeboy has magic. And so then when he's fireproof, then you'll probably be like, yeah, okay, homeboy has magic. It was established earlier. And I do think it is kind of, I don't know, fascinating, hilarious, intense, that she just bursts into flames and turns into a woman, and he's just like, this is fine. Like, whatever. I like the description. I don't know why. I struggled to figure out what to write down in a comment, or if to write anything down. So, and she was very hot. Though she was quite attractive, that was mostly in reference to her temperature. There's something about that second sentence that feels a little bit awkward. I think it's the that was, but I'm struggling to figure out what happened, why it feels a little bit clunky, and what you could change it to. So let me think for a second. And I guess it could partially just be because that's the kind of thing you'd say in dialogue. You'd be like, yeah, she is pretty attractive, but that's mostly in reference to her temperature. It sounds natural in dialogue, but something about it doesn't sound as natural in narration. It sounds like, oh yes, that was in reference to her temperature. And it's like, I don't think of you, narrator, as a person who is like making a reference, you know. I don't know, but even as I say that, that doesn't feel quite right. Maybe I would just do it something like, and she was very hot. Attractive, yes, but also literally hot. Yeah, I think that would sound more natural to me. Like, or attractive, yes, but also temperature-wise. that kind of thing. I think that would sound more natural to me. I do like the image of him holding lava. I feel like that's one of the things that could easily get very confusing to newcomers. But it was a neat image, and you do explicitly say he had to worry. Not that Matt had to worry about the heat any more than he did the flames. So you are explicitly saying he has to worry about neither, and so hopefully that is helpful. I do like the Kasha's personality. I think she's fun and pretty cat-like. Also, I really liked that you did this. So we talk, and we did talk about it in like Death Side Story. I often talk about specificity and stuff, and I've said before that like having something that your reader needs to look up isn't a problem. Like, that's okay. But having 10 things in one paragraph that your reader has to look up, now we have a problem. And so I think in this case, like, you could have just left it at, I'm a Kasha. One thing that your reader has to look up, really not that big a deal, doesn't hinder the story that hugely. I don't think there's anything specifically wrong about just leaving it at that and not defining it. But I personally really appreciated that you actually did define it. Because I, as a reader at the time, I was tired. I was like, I don't really want to go Googling Kasha. Like, it just takes so much effort. Lift my hand to the Google search. Yeah, so I just didn't feel like looking it up. I totally could have. It's totally on me for being too lazy to look it up. But I didn't want to. And so the fact that you defined it, I was like, thank you. I didn't want to go do that. And other people can say whether or not you felt it sounded natural, but to me it sounded pretty natural. That it's just, he's just like, duh, blink, I don't know what's happening, what is that? And then Ardio's like, she's a fire cat demon. And again, like, that is something that you could kind of infer from the story. Fire, cat, person that can shift from cat to person. Yeah, you could, deduce fire cat demon. It's true. But like I said, I just found it helpful that you defined it. I liked that I didn't have to go look it up. I felt like it sounded natural. It didn't sound like, as you know, it didn't sound weird that this was being defined and mentioned. So I quite liked that you did that. So all that to say, like, I don't think this is something that is necessary that I would say like, oh, every story should do this. But I do think that this is something worth considering for a lot of the time when you do bring up a very specific word like kasha that maybe not everybody's going to know. And so considering, could I define this? Would it sound natural? Would readers find it helpful? Or would it be better to just leave it to people who want to know more? Go look it up. Both are totally valid options, but I think it's worth considering what you might want to do. Instead of going to one side or the other and going, always define, or going, the reader must look everything up, it is not on me, And I do love you smell like death. Yeah, I know. It's like, I don't know exactly how he says it. I know he rolls his eyes, which kind of is a tone indicator. But it could be like, yeah, I know. It could be like, yeah, I know. I forget exactly how I read it just now earlier. I think it was more neutral, how I read it. But I'm curious how that was meant to be read. But either way, I do think it's funny that it's like, that they're saying a wacky thing, and he's just like, yeah, I'm well aware. I do think that's another one of those things that could be confusing to newcomers. And I do think that a way that you could, it could go either way. This could help, or it could make things more confusing. If she was like, you smell like death, and he's like, yeah, she really likes to layer on her perfume, then it would convey to people, oh, death's a person who he's in contact with. And so in one sense, that might make things clearer than, yeah, I know. But in another sense, then people might be going, what do you mean she likes to layer on her perfume? What are you talking about? So just a thought to consider. And then I do think it's cute that Matt's first instinct is to be like, yes, we have plenty of rooms, so sure, you can stay, before actually thinking about what he just said. So yeah, I think that the interaction is very fun. I guess the only thing that could have made it more fun is if, like, Ardio is either, like, laughing out here or scowling because, like, her dinner is being protected, or she's... I guess what you could do is have the last line be like, I still get to eat her, right? Something like that. You probably didn't have the words, but that would be fun. But yes, let's see what folks have been saying. She knew the rules, and so do I. Documancer, she knew the rules was great. It creates intrigue as someone who's coming in the series blind. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Mark says, I didn't think too much about it, but yeah, his voice probably would have gone a little deathy at that moment. What does going deathy mean? Does it mean he sounds like her? Sounds deeper? Sounds growly? What's that? You smell like death. Womp womp. One of the cool things about using Matt as a POV character is he's a big, powerful thing in this world, but he doesn't know most of the supernatural stuff. Good point. Yeah, that is a great point, that it makes sense that he doesn't know about kashas and stuff. I guess that, just a general world question. When Matt learns that these supernatural things are real, does he, be like, yes, I would like to learn about all the supernatural things. Give me the books. Or is he like, I ain't a book learning boy. Just tell me what's coming at me as it's coming at me. Because I feel like I could see either way. Documancer says, as a newcomer, yeah, I know, it was fun for me. It creates more layers of intrigue and magic. Nice. Mark says, if I had the words, I really wanted to have the caution knocking random stuff over. Totally makes sense. Deathy as in deeper, yes. Gotcha. Yeah, Mako being told you smell like death. Most people self-conscious. I do? Matt, yeah, I know. Totally. Yeah, Artio, bear goddess. Artio is a patron goddess of Bern, Switzerland. Bern sent a colony to North Carolina and settled the town of New Bern, which has little bear statues everywhere. Oh, that's awesome. Mar says, that's also I only really know of Artio because I looked up bear deities for Hold Your Bear. Or Hold My Bear. Similar to looking up Death Cat Demons for this one. That's great. Thank you for the cheer, Deathshead. Does that unlock our second one? Mark says he would be a book learning boy, but life happens to him so fast, so he just has to deal with things as they happen. Gotcha. I guess part of the reason I'm questioning that here is because he's at the nice, tranquil temple, and so that feels like if there's any place to be a book learning boy, this is the place. That would be kind of funny if he, went onto the porch with his morning coffee and he has his book on supernatural creatures and he's like, finally I get to actually learn about the creatures that I've been interacting with, and then a creature that he's been interacting with is making a ruckus, making it impossible to read. Yes, and now NightWolf is plus 300 in play, so 15% of the way for 3. Awesome. Alrighty, but this is a lot of fun, Marx. Let us go on to my story. And somewhere, a fairy is born. The Ballad of the Monsters, Savion, by I-prefer-the-term-antihero. Sammy, the therapy cat, came to our hospital room. Having been a wolf myself previously, this was the first time I'd ever pet an animal. It was the most uncomfortable sensation. Petting her felt like reading a good book when feeling lonely. A good book that was also valuable and fragile. After spending too much time around humans, seeing an animal was sheer relief. But the interaction also showed me just how different we were now. Withdrawing, I fought back tears. Please, go, I muttered.
What wrong?
She had butted my arm.
I help.
You shouldn't spend so much time around humans. I shouldn't... I bit my lip, curling my hand. Tears dripped down my face. Damn it. She walked onto my chest, her face close. What are you... I tried to scoot back. She licked a tear away. Her rough tongue tickled my sensitive skin. Sammy, don't... She continued licking my cheeks. A strange, squirmy, bright sensation bubbled in my stomach, tugging at my lips. When I couldn't endure it anymore, a sound I'd never made escaped my lips. I laughed. Once I heard myself, horror stifled everything. I gasped, coughing, sitting up. She scurried away. Embarrassment sent my hand to my mouth, heat flooding my skin. Did I just... I breathed. Victor smirked. Oh, you most certainly did. The stare, eyes wide, beamed. Do it again! Sammy returned. Wait, no, don't! I scrambled against the headboard. Sammy, my brother has never laughed. The stare's voice cracked. Ever. He needs this. I really don't. But those words were a nervous laugh. My eyes widened. What was happening to me? Sammy glanced between us. Do it again! Victor and Lestaire cheered together. I tried to get away, but she licked my fingers. Now that I knew what the effervescent feeling was, I tried to suppress it, but the laughter broke anew out of my lungs. I'd never experienced anything like this. It felt like flowers blooming inside me, like gold filling up the cracks within me. I wanted to strangle myself, yet I also wanted that feeling to last forever.
Told you,
Sammy meowed.
I help you feel better.
Drop those moths and monsters a cheer for this story if you loved it. I had a boatload of questions, so I think that's mostly what we'll be going through. Oh yeah, so I guess... No, I think I'm going to go through the questions first, and then I'm going to talk about like an overall thing. Don't let me forget the overall thing to talk about. Thank you for the cheer, Marx. Okay, so questions. 1, I always try to make my story stand alone as best I can, but I sometimes struggle. Deciding to write a 2-parter for one prompt makes it extra difficult for the sequel to stand alone. Did I succeed? If you read this one first, did you feel like something was missing? And 2, if you're a newcomer, were you confused by anything? 3, having been a wolf myself previously. I really didn't like introducing this so blatantly, but couldn't figure out a better way to slip that in for newcomers. Do you have better ideas? And in the reviews, Marx did have an idea that I quite liked that I wanted to talk about, which is that his idea was, my human body's still new. So I'll just like read it. I'll read that paragraph with it in there. Sammy, the therapy cat, came to our hospital room. Having, my human body's still new. This was the first time I'd ever pet an animal. It was the most comfortable, uncomfortable sensation. So something he noted with that is that it might not be better because it doesn't convey, I was an animal myself. So I'm curious, of those 2, which do you like better, or do you have a different idea? I still, every time I read it, I don't like it. It sounds really awkward just saying, having been a wolf myself previously. Maybe because it doesn't really sound like how he'd say it. But like I said, I couldn't figure out a better way to do it. In the other story, I think it was stated better. And I would rather just do like, you know, this was the first time I'd ever pet an animal. But I think if I did that, everybody would be like, what? Or newcomers at least would be like, what do you mean this is the first time you pet an animal? What rock have you been living under? The rock of his castle. But anyways, question 4, crying generally needs a decent amount of build-up to work well. I'd explain his emotions and why he starts crying real fast. Did that work? Did it work if you read this one first without the build-up of the other one? Did it work if you read it after the other one? Did the emotions feel the same or different as the end of the prequel? Which one does a better job describing those emotions / that build-up? Yeah, so I really struggled to figure out how to do that. So it was all of this was trying to, well, and actually this too, was trying to convey it. Like, there's so many emotions that are going through his head, that it's just like, yeah, he's super happy about seeing an animal and having been surrounded by people. And so there's really good feelings in there. And like it feels really good to pet her, like very calming, very nice. But it's also like he hates his hands. He feels like he's sullying her just by touching her. And like that's kind of what I'm trying to convey with the good book thing, where it's like, oh, like this feels so calming and warm and nice. But also I feel like I'm breaking the book by reading it. I feel like I'm hurting the book by reading it. I'm getting my dang fingerprints and finger oils all over the book, you know, that kind of thing. And then, but I think the real quencher is this, where it's like, yeah, I'm really different. I'm a really different creature from you now, both like physically and mentally. Like he already was mentally quite different from how Sammy is acting, but now that difference is very much exacerbated with like he is able to pet her and stuff like that. So like all of that and more, you know, combines to just make it too much and make him cry. But as I say, crying is a difficult thing to do. That is something that generally will feel kind of, I guess, melodramatic would be the word. It can feel like too much. and like especially starting off the bat can feel like, I don't know, like I don't have the buildup of why there's so much emotion here, and so it feels like too much melodrama, you know. So was that the vibe, or did you feel like I had enough buildup? I thought maybe I completely forgot, but a question I really wanted to ask as well is, did the exposition work? Because I had all this exposition because this was the two-parter, right? And so so yeah, this was the two-parter, and so I had to have the exposition of not just, hi, welcome to the world, Savion was a wolf before, but also the exposition of, I need to tell you what just happened in the previous story. And so it does lead to me just kind of throwing down, like, hi, I was a wolf before, and this is the first time I pet an animal. Here we are. So did that exposition work, or were you like, yeah, I could kind of tell that you had to throw that in there, and it felt like too much, or it felt out of place, or felt like Exposition Jones here with the exposition? Yes, going on to question 5, did the damn it work? I felt like he could react to the fact that he starts crying. He should react to the fact that he starts crying, but I couldn't decide what I wanted to do. He could have growled, grimaced, or said something else. So like I can quick like read what those options might sound like. So you shouldn't spend so much time around humans. I bit my lip, curling my hand. Tears dripped down my face. I growled. Or I tried to growl. You shouldn't spend so much time around humans. I bit my lip, curling my hand. Tears dripped down my face. I grimaced. And then, of course, I'm not thinking of what else he could have said right now, but at least of those two, do either of those sound better to you? Did the staging work, like the placement of them throughout the piece, such as her walking onto his chest? Setting is something I have some difficulty with, and as I often talk about, it is usually the first thing to go, and so I guess in this case, maybe it's more action than setting. But yeah, so did anything feel weird in terms of like what was happening with the action in the setting? Do you think headboard or wall makes more sense for a hospital bed? Not sure how modern these beds would be, but they're the most modern city on Meridia. There's another option too, which is just more bed. So let's see, where was that? Yeah, so I guess just scrambled against the bed could be another option. So yeah, there's that one. And then did Lester's words about Savion never laughing and or his voice cracking feel impactful to you? So yeah, like that really, so I had some other versions of that, but once I realized I could phrase it that way, that kind of got me a little choked up. So I was curious how it read to other people who are not me. And then 9. So I was all excited when I realized he could nervously laugh in the middle of all this. But then I greatly struggled to figure out how to have him react to laughing a second time without thinking, and a different type of laugh. Options, and it moves up. Where'd it go? Let's grab it. I'll stick it up here. Okay. So, I really don't. Those words were a nervous laugh. I covered my mouth again. I really don't. Those words were a nervous laugh. I gasped sharply. I really don't. Those words were a nervous laugh. My blood froze. I really don't. Those words were a nervous laugh. Oh, God. So I won't read them all, but those are, I think, the 3 categories. And then, of course, there's the one I actually had. So I'm curious what works best. But it's like, I liked it because it's like an extra laugh in the middle of all this. Originally, it was just the 2 cat laughs. But I liked that he's already laughing, and so the idea that the words would come out that way made sense to me, and it would feel like this is so pervasive, nothing is acting upon me, and I'm laughing, and so that would really bug him, and so I wasn't sure how to convey that. It was a last minute addition, so I only had like 2 words, and then I actually cut some out so I could add the what was happening to me. So which one's the best to you? 10, I like the idea of Sammy being able to come in on her own without a human chaperone. But for the hospital to allow this, she would have to be very good at governing herself and listening to people if they say no. So did it make sense she went for a second round of licks and laughs, even though Savion said no? So yeah, like this is a situation of if she had a human chaperone, Savion would react differently. I don't think, like in the other story, I don't know that he'd... Well, maybe he would still talk to her, but he's much more open to her presence here than he would be if there was a person that was coming in too. And so that felt important to me to have it's just the cat. But if this cat is out here wandering around... we would never do that in real life, but this is a world where cats can talk and humans can understand. Well, humans and cats can understand each other and everything, and so I was hoping that can make sense that she is able to, they're being like, okay, here's your training, Sammy. You go in, ask them, are they okay with it? Are they allergic? You know, I guess maybe come to think of it, maybe she should know what the word allergic is. But anyways, are they allergic? Like, are they okay with you being there? If they say no, you need to leave. And maybe they would have to train her of like, maybe she goes in, they're like, hey, we're training a therapy cat. And then someone's like, no. And then she goes up anyways and they're like, nope, Sammy, training failed. Try again. That kind of thing. And maybe this is just the kind of thing where it's like, if you read this in the novel, it would be fine, because you've seen lots of animals who can talk, including Savion and Lister. And maybe it didn't work so well in this short form story. But I was curious about that, and I did try to make it clear that it's like 2 people are saying yes and 1 is saying no. So like he's saying do it again, she comes back and he's like no, she stops. And then Lister gives her a very compelling reason, and he's like emotional about it. And she'd know, presumably, some level of what human emotions are. And then he says no again, but he says it hesitantly. He says it with the laugh, so there's like a hesitation there. And both of them say it very confidently. And so I was hoping that would make sense, but I wasn't sure if it would be like, if she's trained in this field, the minute he says no, she should be out of there, you know. But anyways, did it make sense that those things would make him laugh? I'll come back to this in a bit, but yeah, so like my cats can lick my hand all the time, so that's not enough to make me laugh. But Bella sometimes will lick my forehead, and that absolutely will make me laugh. And I feel like if you've never been licked by a cat, then that roughness of the tongue would be tickly. But I don't know if it seemed weird. 12, do my images for what laughter feels like from the point of view of someone who has never laughed before make sense and feel powerful? I didn't have many words and needed punchy, impactful description, so I went for some metaphors. Did it work? So I mostly I'm referring to both, this section, so the bright, a strange, squirmy, bright sensation bubbled in my stomach, tugging at my lips. When I couldn't endure it anymore, a sound I'd never made escaped my lips. So, I said lips twice. That's why that sounded weird. Okay. So yeah, it was mostly that. And then, of course, even more so, it was these 2. So yeah, like that is a thing with Savion that I really enjoy describing, like, what would these natural human things that we're all used to feeling, what would they feel like to someone who has never felt that way before? And trying to describe the alienness of that. But that gets harder when you only have 350 words. In the actual novel, I could go on for as many paragraphs as I wanted about what laughter feels like. But in this, I just had to be like, okay, you're allotted 2 sentences. What are you going to do with those sentences? And so I was trying to think, okay, what is this like amazing bubbling feeling? What might that be described as? And so I went for like, oh, like that could feel like flowers popping up, flowers blooming. It's this beautiful thing that's opening up and blooming, that kind of thing. And then also, I always forget what the name of it is, but the Japanese art to where things are cracked and then you reseal them, remake them with gold. And I love the image of that so much. And so I went for that as well, where it's like, I'm full of cracks, but this is the gold within those cracks, that kind of thing. And similar thing to the lips thing, I did say me at the end of both sentences, and so I wasn't sure if that sounded weird as well. And then, yeah, like a little bit of this as well, that it's like, I'm not enjoying that I'm doing this human thing and I can't control it, but also this genuinely feels very good. Kind of thing. Let's see. Ooh. And then, yeah, like, do you have better images, better ideas for images? Yeah, and then, do you prefer I help you feel better or I healing kitty? So I originally was going to go with I healing kitty because that was what was at the beginning of the other story. But then I realized not mentioned at all in this one. And if I were to add something like she came to our hospital room saying she was a healing kitty, I don't think that would work. And so I went with I hope you feel better. But I'm curious what you guys think there. And then originating on a scale from it was really confusing and set me up for a different type of story to I got the reference and I love it. How do you feel about the title? So if you don't remember, the title is And Somewhere a Fairy is Born. And the reason I used it, in Peter Pan, the first laugh from the first baby broke and the pieces of it became fairies. Disney's Tinkerbell uses it rather that any time a baby laughs for the first time, that might become a fairy. I'm not sure how that idea will feature into my world, if at all, since fairies work differently in my world, but I do love it and want to use it somehow. And I love even more the fact that it perfectly mirrors my story from last week about how fairies die on Neverland. Savion is an adult, but considering he's become a totally new creature, experiencing being human for the first time, there are elements of newbornness and infancy to his experience. So even though he's an adult, in some ways he's a baby laughing for the very first time. And then, of course, do you have any other questions, comments, or critiques? And thank you for reading. Let me see before let's go through this first. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to talk about that wasn't in the questions. So yeah, the exposition was one that wasn't in the questions. I didn't like the she scurried away. That really messes with the cadence to me. So, like saying, once I heard myself, horror stifled everything. I gasped, coughing, sitting up. Embarrassment sent my hand to my mouth, heat flooding my skin. I like that way more, but I felt like I needed to convey, oh, she got scared and she left and then she came back. So, if you have better ideas for how I could do that without breaking up the flow, that would be helpful. I thought I had more questions, but I'm not finding them, of course. But yeah, I'll talk about the big thing I was going to talk about, which is that I was really happy with this one, both in terms of just the story idea and also in terms of this for this prompt. Because I've had this idea that, like, what if a therapy cat came to their hospital room and that's the first time that he pets an animal? I've had that idea for a while, and then after a while of having that in my head, I was always wondering what would be the first time that Savion laughs. Because he does not feel much like laughing at this time in his life. and I was just like trying to think of like, oh, what's like a joke or a funny situation that might happen that might make him laugh, and coming up with nothing. And then I thought of this. I was like, what if you combine the therapy cat idea and the laugh idea and had like the cat lick him? Like that could totally be ticklish and be something that makes him laugh for the first time, and that is something that would genuinely make him happy, that would genuinely make him perhaps let down his guard enough to do that. And so I really liked that idea, and I was so happy that I was able to write something that's actually like a meaningful plot point in my story. That like, I don't know how other people feel about this sort of thing, but to me, I really love firsts, and so all of Savion's firsts are things that like I'm really excited to write about. I really like writing them out. And so I feel like other writers don't really care about those things that much, and they're perfectly willing to like gloss over those things or talk about them in a summary or something like that. But I'm not. I like the firsts, and so this is like an important moment in his life of the first time he laughs, and so it is like a fun story, but also a very like meaningful and important plot point. And for such a silly prompt, for, you know, cat distribution system is a very just fun and silly prompt, and I love the fun and silly stories that came out of it. And granted, like, my third story was very much just like fun and silly too. But, well, I guess, I don't know. But all that to say, I just felt so happy I could write something that was like in some ways important to the plot, or if not the plot, Savion's life. And so that made me happy, and I hope that made you guys happy too. Like I said before, I don't know how to feel about like praising myself, but it's stuff to talk about. All right. Let's see what folks have been saying. I can touch you now. Do I have consent to pet you? I feel like that's a hard question to ask, because that does feel like the right way to go about it, but it's like, do I have consent to have you pet me? Which is kind of awkward. Okay, let's see. And Layla pretty much works as the book in Marx's story. That's great. Let's see. Ghoulish says, I'm not getting that. My math says 2 encores, yes, but only 5 bits, so it's encore 3. It's the, it's that, NightWolf being a bookworm contributes. So those $3 from the bookworm get added to potentially getting them unlocked. Thank you so much for the cheers, Marx, Ghoulish, Magistrate, and Mako. Very much appreciated. Documancer says, what wrong? I help. My heart makes me think I can has burger. Ara says, I rather liked the directness of having been a wolf previously. Nice. Which I do want to hear Kaylee say, I can has cheeseburger in that voice. I mean, did I say it well enough? Like,
I can has cheeseburger?
Norin says, I like Marcus's idea. The original line is a bit on the nose, seeing as Savion's whole thing is, I used to be a wolf, and for the regulars, at this point, it's like, we know, Savion, we know. That's probably part of why it feels so awkward, and not like something he'd say as well, because, like, he knows, and who, I guess it totally, that's probably why it feels so bad, is because it feels like, hello, audience, I used to be a wolf, and then half the audience is like, we know, but, like, why would he be addressing the audience? Why would he be saying that? It doesn't feel natural for what he would actually be thinking in that moment, because in the other story, him thinking, like, would she have believed him if he told her that we were animals before? That feels more natural to something he'd actually be thinking. But this one just feels like, yes, this is an as you know thing. This is a thing that is there for the audience, and he would not naturally be putting that in his narration. What? Don't know what you're referring to there, Ghoulish. Documancer says, I also liked having been a wolf previously. Maybe it's just the tenses don't feel natural because they aren't an action voice. Existing as a wolf prior. Yeah, that could maybe sound a little better. Existing as a wolf prior, yeah, maybe. I do think that I think I hit what's wrong with it a second ago, though. The laugh reminds me of Scooby-Doo's what? What are we talking about there? Did I sound like Scooby-Doo? So someone who's been licked by dogs in the face to the point of almost suffocating, dog tongues tickle in a different way. Very fair. And the worst part is it was a miniature Dachshund. Super squiggly, very cute. May I sit in your lap to be petted? Yeah, that could work better. Yep, exactly. That. And I can ask Cheeseburger Quotamet. That is great. And yes, totally the grass meme. All right here. But yeah, no, like, he does not laugh like Scooby-Doo. He laughs like a normal person. That's actually something I guess I'll say that, I generally, and I want to practice. I was actually going to practice last night, but ran out of time and energy. Or this morning, same deal. I usually do his voice as kind of like, people have described it as like smoky before, and it's just kind of like, ugh, I hate the world kind of thing. But the thing about Savion that I was thinking about is that he's actually like quite emotional and reactive. And so he's not just like monotone, like, all the time. He actually is very emotive. And so I kind of might want to next time try doing a different type of voice for him that's a bit more reactive instead of, but I don't know. Anywho. I don't know. Are you guys still behind or are you caught up now? It is 5:59 for me right now. But yes. Would you guys be okay with doing the break here and then doing the rest of the stories afterwards? Koryan's is still guaranteed. It's just putting the 4 and the 4. Okay, I see you guys responded immediately and said 59. So does seem like we're caught up again, which is lovely to hear. I'm guessing the sure is to wait. I thought this was the break. It's just because we had 5 supporters, and so the supporters tend to be before the break. But there's also an element of 4 and 4, and so it's just the question of, do we do 4 and 4 or do we do supporters generals? So yeah, this is a day where I did not come with a question prepared. So if you guys have any question ideas, then don't hesitate to ask them. I'm trying to think of like a question that has to do with animals and storytelling. I feel like something like how should you use animals in storytelling is just too broad and vague. But there is kind of this element of like, generally the dog dies. Like generally if you have an animal in a story, that animal is going to die. And so I feel like there could be some question in there of like, you know, how much should you include animals? What benefit do they have to the story? And then something about having it just be positive versus having them die in the end or something like that. Thank you, Documancer. Good to know. I'll try, and keeping that notification up might get annoying when I announce the prompt, but I want to just like leave it there so that I can remember to look at it later. Let's see. I don't know, maybe like what is a good way to use animals in fiction and what is a poor way to use animals in fiction. I don't know. Maybe that's too vague. Because as when you write animals in stories, especially talking animals, how human-like or animal-like do you think their dialogue should be? What context would change your answer? Do you guys like that one? That one feels very related to my story specifically rather than just the prompt. But if you guys like it, that would still be interesting to discuss. Here, I'll show you the actual cat.
While we're coming up with questions. Oh, yeah, sneeze. Oh, baby cat.
If nobody offers a response or another question, then I could, I'll probably just go with it. Guess I should have said intelligence instead of dialogue. Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be a little more general. So when you write talking animals and stories, especially talking animals, how human-like or animal-like you think their intelligence should be. Aha, that's interesting. How would you go about adding humanistic traits into animals in stories without seeming too cartoonish? I feel like those could go together. Yeah, you know what? Let's just put them both down because I feel like those can work together. Will you copy if I tell you to copy? You do. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Might save that one for another time.
It's tiny.
Also, you guys are always free to like offer question ideas like throughout the week, and I can always pin them and stuff. So this one I will pin for later. Every time I pin something on Discord, and it makes me go, oh yeah, pin it. It makes me think of Kronk's, oh yeah, it's all coming together. Oh yeah, pin it. Oop. Alright. Nice. Koryan says, I've been looking up Martian poetry and trying to figure out how to write through that alien/otherworldly perspective, which I find to be difficult, which goes nicely with Mako's question. Yes, very fair. Also, what is Martian poetry? Because that very much sounds like there are actual Martians writing actual poetry that you can find online. But yeah, let's... Oh, sneeze. Let's try that. And oh, this should be in intelligence instead of dialogue. I guess I'll put dialogue in parentheses. All right. I will take my break. I will see you guys in a little bit.
I found him.
I found him while at my break. Now he's just sitting there in the... Here, can I actually turn on the camera and show you? Oh, well, maybe... There it is. There's Bella feet. Ah. Oh, you're weirdly... There he is. There's the bow. There he is. You're so cute, baby. Here, let's full screen him. Oh, baby cat. You want to sit on that chair, baby? Want to come sit with us? Yeah. You're so cute. Yeah. Oh, big kitty. I encouraged him. Oh, now you're just seeing his little feet. Oh! What'd I do?
Oh no, I hit something.
I hit something I wasn't supposed to hit.
I
don't know what I did and why it's doing that. Come on. Bring it back, please. Please. Okay, well... Maybe this is a sign we're not supposed to have cat cam today.
Maybe it was not meant to be.
Hobble. It's too bad. He was being so cute. It was so perfect.
Yeah,
you're being too adorable.
You're just too adorable. Too adorable to handle.
No, you're purring too.
You're purring too? Oh no, can't resist.
You can still see him, right? Yeah, I think. Oh, I think you can.
Oh, kitty boo.
Oh. Oh, do you see him rubbing against my hand? Can you hear him purring this time? Oh, baby kitty. Well, now he's rubbing against the mic. You are way too cute.
Too difficult to resist. Too much. Just too much.
Alright.
Well, I would like to sit.
No. I don't think that was the problem. Okay. Ah! Made my cat fall.
Okay.
Can I show both myself and the cat?
Well, oh, don't. I don't want to sit on your feet.
There we go. Well, it takes some maneuvering to see me. And Bo is still here. I guess you can see them both. This is, am I correct in thinking this is the superior view? You want me to leave it on the kitties? Alright. Okie dokie. Okay, so Martian poetry is writing through the perspective of an alien and viewing humans. Gotcha. So it's kind of a genre name. A name for the genre. No, so it's gonna be honest, most of my intelligent animals are in fact yokai, so they get pretty humanish. I don't think I've ever written an actual animal as intelligent. Not saying that should be a deal breaker for me, but I haven't come up with a situation where I would actually write an intelligent animal. Yeah, that makes sense. That's totally fair. Documancer, I meowed out loud thinking one of my cats is outside, but it was just Bo or Bella on the stream. My cat was very confused. Were they meowing while I was gone? That's precious. Wolf says, animal POV is not something I usually do, but ironically something I was using in my piece for this week. I have a bird character named Jack, and this piece, I'm trying to think about what he would call things. It's not a wolf, it's a gray fur big teeth. If I want to use an animal POV, I do a lot of research into diet, ecology, habitat, etc. That way I can think about what the character would, how the character would react to external stimuli. Wish Brick was here. It'd be great to pick his brain for this question. Consider that your baseline. From there, how people see animals in the setting modifies how people and animals interact in dialogue. A good example is Aeronaut's Windlass, in which cats have a parallel society to humans, and some people can actually speak cat. As for adding human characteristics without being cartoonish, our baseline reaction is to humanize animals. You don't have to do much. Also, I want to say that cartoonishness is fine as long as it fits the story you're trying to tell. Yeah, I guess, like, the thing is that I guess I'll give my answer that I very much think it highly depends on what the story is and what the context is. Because I think in some story, like, say, like, for this prompt, I decided to write a one-shot that was completely realistic about a cat finding a human, or like just like a real cat finding a real human in our world on Earth, but from the perspective of the cat. Well, I would do my darndest to make this seem like an actual cat. And like, yes, I am a human writing it, and so of course that is going to make this cat seem human, because I am writing with human words about this cat's thoughts and feelings and everything, and so
Here, can you show your face?
and so yeah, that automatically is going to anthropomorphize it some, but yeah, I would follow more of what Wolf is saying about okay, like what, yeah, like it's not a wolf, it's a gray fur big teeth, like that kind of thing. I would try to figure out what would a cat think of things, how would it think, and how much like intelligence, sentience, sapience would it have, not as much as humans do. But if, say, I decided to write a fable, and lots of fables have just animals talking, and that's just how it works. Generally, those tend to be a bit more human acting or more intelligent, and they still will tend to have those animal characteristics. So, like, I haven't seen it yet, but I really want to watch, I might mess up the order, but the boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse, I really want to watch that, but I have to either create a free trial on a new account on Apple TV, or I have to have my dad pay for a month of it to watch one movie, which annoys me. But I've seen clips of it around, and it just seems fantastic. And it has kind of those fableish vibes where, yes, the animals do seem to be pretty intelligent, but you have the fox who's like, saying to the mole, if I wasn't caught in this snare, I'd kill you. And so, like, that's very intelligent, that's very human-like, yet he also is acting like a fox in the sense where he's talking about wanting to kill this mole and, going off of that. I guess I was going to say, and going off of instinct, but I guess the point is that, the mole saves him and he doesn't, and so he isn't acting off instinct there. But that is part of the fable thing, is that it functions better in this fable-esque setting to tell you about what it is to be kind, what it is to have mercy, through having an animal that really should just eat based on instinct, not doing that. But then you also have stories where they might be even more human than that. And you might really not be treating them as animals much at all. I feel like that's the one that I lean towards or would recommend the least, because if you're writing from an animal perspective, I feel like there should be a reason for that. And so if it's just like, here's an animal, but they act exactly like a human, like that might be something I might be more prone to critique or be like, why don't they act more animal-like? But I think it can work depending on what the story is. And like, I'm thinking Mako was asking it because of my story, but I have a very unique universe in which I have all of the above, because animals are given the chance to understand humans. And so they can stop at the level of, I understand what they're saying. Give food, please. I understand what they're saying. They understand what I'm saying. Give food, please. Kind of thing. They just stay at like the animal level. And then there could be something more in the middle where there's still a lot of instinct, still a lot of give food, please, but also they understand some human concepts and can talk about those and respond to those. And then you have animals that are like Savion and Lestaire were as wolves, where it's like, yeah, Savion, you hate humans, but you act just like one in a lot of ways. And that is actually kind of one of the points in the story, that in a way it's almost inevitable that if they get to that point where, inevitable is maybe too strong of a word, but if an animal gets to the point where they're like acting superhuman-like, it makes sense that they're going to like actually want to be human. And of course in Savion's case, he absolutely did not want to. But yeah, so like I have a weird universe where you have all of those options because of how things work, but not every universe is like that. And so I think it very highly depends on what is the story you're trying to tell, and asking yourself, why am I using an animal perspective? And would what I'm trying to convey be better conveyed through a human perspective? Or is there something special about the animal's perspective? Like having a fox choose not to kill a mole, has this moral to it, kind of thing, that just having a human killing another human maybe doesn't come across as strongly. But yes, so let's go back to what you guys have been saying. Oh yeah, I do think it's interesting how you do research on like diet, ecology, habitat, and stuff like that. I'm not good at research, and so I feel like that is a great thing that I should do that I don't really do. So yeah, that's really interesting to go, okay, where do they live? What kind of animals do they interact with? What do they eat? That kind of thing. Then that can start to tell you what are they familiar with, and like what might they use to refer to other things. And so it's like, I know what this creature is, And this creature is like this other creature, but different. And then highlighting the differences, you know. Like, I don't know, if they know that wolves exist, and they're like, okay, the wolf is gray fur, big teeth. And then what would the bear be? You know, that they are so used to wolves. Okay, bear is another big predator. Like, would it be brown fur, big teeth, or, you know, would it be something else kind of thing? Wolf says, I've heard good things, I assume, about the boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse. So that's good to know. Interesting. Oh boy. Wolf says, now I'm thinking about Dobutsu Ningen. It's a horror manga about animal people on a human farm. And then it gets worse. That already sounds bad. That sounds pretty terrifying. Is Dobutsu, is that just animal? Because I know Ningen is human. So is it just like animal human? Or maybe Dobutsu is farm. Alright. Let's go over here. No. No, yeah. Oh, interesting. So there's apparently Ray Bradbury. You combine Ray Bradbury makes Radbury. Now I need like a picture of Ray Bradbury, but with the like pixel sunglasses. Radbury. But apparently he wrote something called The Martian Chronicles. Gotcha. Surprised I've never heard that. Gotcha. Dobutsu is beast. Okay. Yeah, so just it says, for one part, I honestly don't know. Talking speech is such an inherently human action that an animal being able to do so implies at least some human-like intelligence. That's a really good point, yeah. So I should say non-human animals, since we are animals. True, yeah. Yeah, and I guess, like, I don't know if I'm talking about my universe too much, but that is something that is, like, a unique thing in my universe, too, where it's, like, the whole time, Sammy was meowing, and I don't think I was voicing that aspect of her speech very well, but, like, let's see if we go back to that. What's wrong? I help. Where else did she talk? Claude, you. And then I help you feel better is harder, but I help you feel better. Like kind of a chitter, that kind of thing. So like she is meowing, but they just understand. I mean, in reality, she's just going meow, meow, meow. And they just get what she means when she's meowing. But that's a super good point that like 90% of animal stories do not have that, where it's like they are meowing, it's just getting translated. Rather, it is like an animal is talking. And that is a great point that once you have hit that threshold, you've hit a certain amount of humanness. I think that's kind of what I was talking about before about like, if I write from a cat's perspective, I've already given them some anthropomorphization because I'm writing I am a human writing an animal, and I'm using human words to convey their experience, and I can never fully write what it would be like to be an animal because I'm not one, and an animal wouldn't be writing. So yeah, so that is a great point. Nika says, in general, I think you can get away with pretty humanish or at least toddler levels of intelligence with animals, and when magic and general fantasy is involved, you can have them be as smart as you want. Yeah, very, very true. Very true. Yeah, if you are wanting a more realistic animal, you could get away with something that's more toddler-esque, but then if you want to write like a eloquent adult person, then that's gonna start to seem not like an animal unless you're in a fantasy world. Mark says, this is pretty much shown in my story, but I usually don't do much with the dialogue when I have beings with animal traits. The closest I have
to talking animals. I do more with their actions and mindset being more animal specific than their dialogue. That is a good point, that you did have the Kasha purring and nuzzling, and you took out her knocking things over, but yeah, like her knocking things over and stuff like that. So that definitely made her read as more animal-like. But, you know, she is ultimately a demon, and so it makes sense that has, you know, human traits as well. But also is kind of acting like a cat, being like, this is my home now, you know? Ooh, Koryan says, I feel like you might have to have a type of innocence and naivete, almost childlike, to the animals, as humans make everything complicated. I also feel like we take animals' intelligence not as seriously as we should. Each species has their own way of communicating. I have a hard time putting this into practice, but I can't recall the last time I wrote through an animal's perspective. Fair. Yeah, I really like that answer. That's a great point of, not only are animals less smart than humans, they also have a purity that humans don't have. And so trying to convey that purity is also an important thing to keep in mind if they are actually an animal and not just a, you know, not a magic thing. That also could work for the folklore sort of angle too, where it's like, yeah, you could have a fable about an animal and use that animal's nature in that fable and have it be like, this animal is eating another animal. This isn't evil. There's no ethical question. This is just instinct. This is just needing food kind of thing. And you can totally use that in the story. And that's also a great point, that different species communicate differently. And so trying to convey, okay, how might this animal communicate, whereas how this animal might communicate differently, which is something I should really explore in my universe that I don't think I explore enough. But yeah, that is a great point, that how an elephant might talk is different from how a fox might talk. Yeah, Bo is more identifiable. Look at his gray face, yep. And he has, let's see if you can still see him. Well, I don't know if you can see it, but he has this little, like, white thing here that we sometimes call him Harry Potter, P-A-W, because it's kind of like Harry's lightning scar a little bit. Anyways. Yeah, and Norman says, this prompt made me have an odd revelation that I don't write about animals. So I went back through all my old stories to double check, and yeah, I've almost never written about animals at all. Not sure why I've subconsciously avoided it, but that's definitely something I should explore and challenge myself to do in the future, for sure. It makes me want to make that the next challenge of, like, write from an animal's perspective, but I don't know that really works for the next prompt. Yet I don't know what the next prompt that would work well with would be. Maybe I could do, instead of, like, animal perspective, maybe the challenge could be write from an, like, alien perspective. Alien as in, could be a literal alien, could be an animal, just anything that is not, it could be an angel, a demon, anything that's not human. So let me know if you like that idea. Interesting. Norman says, I just remembered that I have an abandoned story that did have a talking crow or raven, but it was a human-turned bird who retained many human traits and was basically an elder sage type of character, a sort of herald that would help the other main characters. So basically, at least the least bird-like bird I could have written there. Easiest way to do research, write about animals incorrectly, and have people tell you you're dumb. Oh man, I think that is the kind of thing that we're generally trying to avoid. That it's like, that could be true of anything in writing, where it's like, okay, write it the wrong way first, and then people will tell you what you did wrong. But I think generally people don't like to do that. They want to get it right. So they're trying to figure out how to do it right the first time. But that's a good point as well, where it's like, there's another category here that we haven't been discussing, which is animal turned person or person turned animal. No, I think the animal turned person fits the question more. But because like it makes me think of especially because you said like crow or raven, it makes me think of Diaval from the why was I about to say Magnificent? Maleficent from the Maleficent movies. I love him. I think he's a great character. But like he is a bird, and Maleficent like walks up to him and while he's in a trap and turns him into a person, and he's just like, "What have you done with my beautiful self?" And I do like that, but it's a bit too human, right? It's just like, "Oh yeah, I can talk. I'm fine. I'm not freaking out about this change at all. Why'd you do that, man?" kind of thing. And so it's like, I like the words he's saying, but the reactions don't feel like the reactions he should be having. And I feel like that's how I feel for a lot of like transformation things. And that's like one of the many reasons that I like what I'm writing and write about what I write about, because I feel like people treat these things as very easy, and immediately the transformed person exhibits the characteristics of the thing that they transformed into immediately, like Diaval immediately acting human. And I feel like that's something you should play with more. I feel like a lot of times, other than the issue of this would add too many words or this would add too much screen time, just in the terms of good writing, you know, you should have them acting like an animal and stuff like that. What? Pardos and crows come to mind. Also, the videos of animals with word buttons that I still feel like are fake. What are you talking about? I mean, I know about the button stuff, but why do you feel like they're fake? Yeah, Geller says the parallel morality, and if you don't know how animals behave, it's more difficult to portray how an animal does things. Very true, that if you don't know the why for something, then you're going to struggle to write it. But if you do, then you're going to do a better job of writing this thing. Documancer says, I think it's less purity and more non-judgmental, since they would use their instincts of fight, flight, freeze to suss out a predator or not predator. They have little use for humanistic judgment. I do agree with that, but I do think, in my opinion, that there is purity too, because in my opinion, I don't think animals are capable of evil. And granted, like, I am a Christian, and so that creates a very specific worldview, but like, in my opinion, like, they don't do things because they don't make choices like humans do. And they can certainly be like, I'm going to kill this creature. But this isn't, like I said, that's not an evil choice. It's just, I need food, you are food. and with humans, then there are questions of morality and evil in there. And stuff like that. Looks like a con. Oh wow. That not human perspective makes me think of a book that was written in the perspective of a fetus. That's wild. Could be good practice. I'm just thinking of that one part of an Animorph book where a character who gets attacked by an ant that is transforming into her back and forth. Never read those, but sounds interesting. Interesting. That's fair. I mean, I understand other people have different worldviews and won't agree with me. Yeah, exactly. I think Aerith has a great point. That raises a question of what is evil in the first place. That's a whole other can of worms, and we don't have time to cover it all. Yeah, I've already gone, I think, over time with the question itself, and the question of evil is not something that I think we can or should go into right now. It's just saying my opinion on why I use the word pure. Alright, let us go on to Koryan's story. Koryan, if you had any questions, then feel free to ask them or direct me to your notes. Alright. Composition of a Cat by Koryan. Dear Mrs. Witch, I would like a friend, a small and fluffy companion, one who shares the same ginger and fire-crackling hair as I, someone to share the empty moments as we both bask in the sunlight, and one whose heart is full of sugar. The letter continues in a similar manner as the rest of the letters I have received. I smile at the endearing doodle of a long-haired orange cat at the bottom. This sweet young girl is asking for my assistance in enlisting my most popular services that are free of charge. I set the letter in the basket with all the others that are carefully wrapped and adorned with art in all styles and skill levels, but I love them all the same. I open my spell book to the page titled Composition of a Cat. Although I don't need to have it open, having it open helps keep me focused on my current task. I pour water into my cauldron and grab various herbs, catnip from a pot on the top shelf above my workspace, and throwing it into the cauldron. Cattail for a big bushy cattail, coriander for love, health and healing, apricot and sugar for extra love, orange pansies and lilies for the color. Once I mix all those ingredients, I snap my fingers, creating a fire within the cauldron, burning it all together. Just a few more touches. I grab the letter, place it into the fire, and cast a spell. Once completed, out of the fire steps a small orange tabby with long flowing hair, and tips of his paws dipped in white. The orange tabby sits next to the cauldron. I give him a pet, starting from his head all the way down to his tail, as I press my forehead to his. A smile spreads across my face, making my heart and soul light as a feather. Go to her. She's waiting for you. He gives a soft meow before hitting the floor with a loud thud as he heads to his new home. And throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Alright. That's great. Thought of composition and immediately thought of the cat playing the piano. That is great. Oh, Massa had to go, but it was great to have you, Massa. Alrighty. Well, I absolutely loved this, Koryan. This has got to be one of my favorite stories of yours overall. I'll probably come back to it like when I'm having a bad day. So cute and sweet. And I love how you kind of combined the idea of, because I wrote in the prompt intro the idea of like a cat being a witch's familiar and it like distributing her wares or something like that. And I liked that you used the witch idea, but you used it in kind of a well, not necessarily more fun, but in a different way that was like also a ton of fun, which is the witch brewing up a cat. I think that is so adorable. I love it so much. So yeah, just starting into it. Letter is super cute. I like starting with that. I think that very well conveys what we're going to be getting into. That, and it's also, that's interesting because the Mrs. Witch does kind of read childlike, that it's like, you know, an adult might know her name and actually say, you know, what her name was, or dear witch Amathea, or something like that. But just like, dear Mrs. Witch, kind of clues you in that this is a kid from the beginning, and some of the other phrasings as well. But it's super cute, and then immediately tells you, hey, here's what's going on. She's sending this letter because this is the service. This is what she's going to make throughout the story. And so I thought that was a great way to begin. The doodle is really cute too, and also just feels very realistic to how kids are. And I love showing that she gets all kinds of letters like this. She's made lots of cats and gotten lots of requests. I will say that the one thing about that I didn't notice this at first, but after a couple reads I realized it does say that in order to make the cat, she has to throw the letter into the fire. And I'm assuming that's kind of to make sure the cat gets to the right place. Like, okay, these are the words of your new owner. Go to the owner. And so it seems odd that she actually has the rest of the letters if the letter is a part of what you need to make the cat. But that is nitpicky. It's really cute, and I do love the image of like having a mountain of letters from kids who want cats, or even adults who want cats. Hey, I might send a letter to the witch myself. And then super cute that these are just her services, and all with different art. Really adorable, and I like how kind the witch seems, that she loves all these letters, all these requests and stuff. It's also curious that they're free of charge, because it feels like if these are the most popular services, she should get some money out of them. Do you want out now, Bella? No? Okay. Yeah, so I don't know why they're free, but that could just be another sign that, like, this witch is really nice. That she's just like, yeah, I want people to have their kitties. So here's your cat. Which is very cute. And then I do like the, I do like the composition of a cat, and then the fact that she doesn't need it, but has it open anyways. I feel like there are things that I've done that are like that, where it's like, I know how to do this, but having the instructions open comforts me. So very, very human thing. I really love all of the ingredients. The catnip, cattail. I really love the orange pansies and lilies especially. It's just so cute and works really well for me. The one thing I will say is that the the technical level of this throws me a bit. And funnily enough, it's kind of similar to what we talked about with Documancer's story. So I pour water into my cauldron and grab various herbs. Catnip from a pot on the top shelf above my workspace and throwing it into the cauldron. Well, the colon tells us that we're about to get the list. And so it should be, I pour water into my cauldron and grab various herbs. Catnip, cattail, coriander, apricot and sugar, stuff like that. Or catnip from the pot above my workspace. Cattail from the swamp outside. Coriander from my spice shelf, or, catnip for whatever it's for. Cattail for a big bushy tail, coriander for love. Whatever it is, it should be consistent. But basically, you have your sentence. I'm pouring water into the cauldron and grabbing various herbs. That's what's happening. Subject, verb. And here's what I grabbed. Here's the start of the list. But then, and throwing it into the cauldron is its own, subject, verb, new sentence. And this is also... A colon kind of implies there's going to be a list, and there's going to be at least 3 things. And there's only one thing, and it becomes its own sentence. And so, and you might have heard me trip a little bit on it when I read it. But yeah, so I think just going catnip for whatever it's for, cattail for a big bushy tail, I think would work better. But that being said, I do really like the things that she grabs, and the idea of making a cat, making a potion, is so cute, and I love it so much. Remind me, I wanted to see if I can find, there's these things on Instagram where they're like coffee cats, where someone pours coffee and it turns into a cat, and there's lots of different ones. This reminds me of that, and so I want to put one on the screen, but I have to go find it. Nitpicky, but I do think saying say an incantation instead of cast a spell would sound a bit more natural, because it kind of seems like the whole thing is a spell, and so, you know, just saying like, oh, I need to say the final magic words, I need to say the final incantation, I think would sound a little more natural.
What is it, baby?
Silly kitty. And then I love the image of just like this beautiful tabby stepping out of the fire, and the paws dipped in white. It's super cute. And I just love the ending of like pressing her forehead to his and smiling and saying, go to her. Really adorable. Yeah, absolutely loved this one. I thought this was such a great take on the prompt, and loved the fantastical elements. This is, I think we had like an idea for a challenge of like cozy fantasy. I think it was from Boople, because Boople wrote the Ravens and Writing Desk story about the cozy raven, and I think we were talking about a challenge idea of writing cozy fantasy, and if that were the challenge, this would fit that with flying colors, because yeah, like beautiful blend of just pure coziness and wonderful wacky fantasy. Did you hear that weird meow as I went to bed?
Meow.
All right. Nice. All right. So cute. Yes, love this story so much, indeed. Oh no! Norman, I have messed up sense of humor. I was just imagining the last line of the cat hitting the floor, only it lands upside down. Oops, must have done the spell wrong. Oh boy. It's like the reverse of the cat always landing on its feet, but it's just like always flips onto its back or something. Yeah, they usually land on their feet. Yeah, that was the idea. Not sure what you're referring to there. Documancer says, I thought there were more letters like this and she had more quests to be done. Gotcha. That makes sense. That works. Just finished my shower. Gonna throw in the last 5 bits before I go, for real. Thank you, Magistrate Ironlung. Appreciate the cheer. Norman, the idea of cooking up / conjuring a cat just gave me an idea. A couple of sorcerer pastry chefs try out a new recipe for a gâteau, French word for cake, but they accidentally make a gâteau, Spanish word for cat. That's amazing. I love that. Koryan says, my idea's local witch has lots of requests, also mostly a one-off, so there's some things I don't have fleshed out, like why the service is free of charge. I just think it'd be a thing that maybe got out of hand, and just a sweet witch who thinks everyone should have a cat companion. Aw, that's sweet. Just doing it out of the goodness of her heart. She's like, everyone must have a kitty. You don't have to pay. I am giving kitties to the world. Amazing. Nice, Documancer. Ooh, I've been wanting to write more cozy fantasies. Nice. I don't feel like the next prompt is conducive to that challenge, but if you guys like that challenge, I'll try and keep it in mind. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna try and look for...
Hey, what are you doing?
Nope. I can bring Amita back. Okay, let's see if I can find. No, I'm not looking for the coffee made out of.
Oh, hi.
Okay, well let's look on my phone, and I think I follow this person, so let's see if I can. Oh, I don't know if I'd find them just from. I don't know if there's one in their profile pic. Maybe in saved. There's lots of cute cat stuff in here, but I haven't seen what I'm looking for just yet. Ooh, okay. That's looking... Okay. Well, this is one. Okay. Maybe I'll just try and put it on my own camera here. Let's go to camera only. Oh, this is a big compilation. Okay, that's good. Wait for it to go back to the beginning and I'll show it to you. So precious. Okay, let's watch it again. Oh no. Yeah, isn't that adorable? I don't know if Meowaholic is the one who makes like all of these. No, I don't. I clicked on their profile and they are they seem like they're just a compilation channel. So I wish I could credit the actual creator of them, and if anybody knows who the actual creator of them is, tell me so I can credit them. But yeah, so that the Koryan story just totally made me think of those. I see those everywhere. Skitter kitties? I don't think so. Alright. That's how she trumps up customers. The cats are free samples. Amazing. That's great. Documancer. That reminds me of the meme of someone is making soup, but she's conjuring a demon instead. Demon, how did you summon me? Summoner, I don't know, you were supposed to be soup. A llama, you were supposed to be dead. A demon, you were supposed to be soup. Thanks for helping out with the spammer. All things must become kitty. Yes. Alright, says, I love those. I was trying to go for a similar vibe to that as well. Oh, that's even more fun that you were actually going for that. Oh, I see the skitter kitties. They're cute. They're half spider, half cat. And that might sound bad, but they're cute. I mean, I guess I can show it. Yes. Yes, isn't it? It flows so well. I especially loved the tuxedo one where the sushi becomes the coat becomes its fur. Really cute. They didn't realize the Necronomicon isn't a cookbook. Nice. Draw pentagram and blood. Man, this is a weird soup recipe. Oh, that's great. Oh my. The Necronom Nom Nom is a real thing. What do you mean by real thing? But yeah, absolutely love this, Koryan. Thank you so much for submitting. Okie dokie. Let us go on to Decoy. Decoy's not here, so I don't think that Decoy can answer this question, but that's there because that would change my reading, so I'll still ask, just in case. Decoy, if you're here lurking, is the viewpoint character a lady or a dude? Because I might read them differently. Kitty, you want out, baby?
Okay, fine. Okay, fine, if I have to. Bella's just sitting there like a princess. But of course, I can't show you.
Okay. What is this? Yeah, we can leave Discord.
Ah, kitty. Don't fall.
Okay, yep. Okay, hang on. Come on. Oh, it doesn't want to... There we go. So, yeah, there's the Necro Nom Nom Nom. Recipes and rites from the lore of H.P. Lovecraft. Deep fried deep one nog salt off. So it doesn't sound like they are from the actual stories, but they're just like inspired by the stories and stuff like that. Fun. Very, very cute. Now you want out, Bella? Oh, there's something I just realized as she meowed that I forgot to talk about when we were talking about animals talking and stuff. Something interesting that I think about for my universe that could be applicable to other stories about like animals talking is that cats meow because of us. As far as I understand it, cats meow like as kittens to like talk to their mother, convey their needs to their mother, but they grow out of it as they age. But humans, when they live with humans, we talk to them and teach them to kind of do what they do with their mothers and be like, yes, I'm conveying my needs, meow, I want food. Kind of thing, and that can be an interesting thing to play with talking animals. Is kind of like we make them talk. we make them want to talk. Indeed. All right. Well, I don't know what's gonna come out of my mouth for this character. Maybe I will go with the lady voice because it's a little more distinct, but it would be an issue with. This is not a lady character. But anyways. Today the town. Tomorrow the world. By The Real Decoy. A gleaming monstrosity of chrome, coils, and sparking energy dominated the firing range. Tesla, eat your heart out. This was some real science. What exactly am I looking at, dear Doctor? Doctor is my favorite henchman. He generally resembles a 5-foot-tall egg, bald and enormously rotund. Of course, I mandated that he wear a lab coat and black rubber gloves at all times. You had to get the look right. This? He slaps the side of the machine with a yellow-gloved hand. Where the hell were the black ones? Is what I call the Chaos and Terror Distribution System, he announces in his affected German accent. He's actually from North Dakota, but I like this more. He grins as he looks at me. I see. I extend an elegant hand to the controls of the machine. The frills on my evening gown begin to stand on edge from the generated static. The controls are wonderfully tactile. Large, colorful buttons and levers. Doctor knows the aesthetic well. Not sleek edges or touchscreens. It is more in common with Eastern Bloc engineering of the 60s than anything since the millennium. Of course, I still don't know what it actually does. A demonstration, Doctor? Of course. Some mooks manhandle the mayor of Metrocity downrange. It's point and press. Simply aim at the people or area you wish to sow with chaos and terror. He spins a large wheel to prime the device. Then, release. I slam the big red button. A stream of horrid green energy streaks out, impacting the captive politician. He cries out for a moment before it becomes a yowl. I look curious at the gently steaming suit on the floor. All that remains of the good man. Certainly a good light show, Doctor, but... He cuts me off with a wave of his hands. The clothes are moving. From out of them, a fluffy white cat struggles free. I pick it up and stroke it as it wiggles in vain. Doctor,
This may be your finest work yet. World domination was but a whisker away. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you loved it. Got a little bit out there. Alrighty, room. Hopefully I voiced that one okay. I was going to write down the actual, like, German accent, like, write down the words as I would say them in the German accent, but I ran out of time for that as well. But granted, this is one where I have more leeway because he's actually from North Dakota, so if he got it wrong, then that kind of works. Alrighty, so Decoy said, "Hi readers, this must be the silliest thing I've written by far, but it was an absolute hoot. I knew as soon as I heard the prompt that I wanted to use CAT as an acronym. Originally, this is going to be a sci-fi super weapon with some maddening effect on the population. But then I got dragged into the idea of it being the project of a Bond villain, and the cats came back into it. 2 thoughts from me I'd like feedback on. Is this the wrong point in the story? Should our villain be using the weapon on a bank or similar rather than it being the prototype phase? Or should there be a secret agent coming in to dismantle the weapon? A little more conflict in the tale. Either way, this is where I landed. Let me know your thoughts on what worked and what didn't. Have a good week, y'all." Oh, that's great. Meow. Maniacal evil organization of world domination. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I absolutely loved this story. This is fantastic. I was considering writing something from my Frankenstein retelling for this, but I couldn't figure out how I wanted to do that. And then when I read this, I was like, that makes me wish I had done that, because this is so good. I wish I wrote something from my own universe that was like along these lines. Because, yeah, so fun, so different, so, like, I absolutely love this one. And, I mean, I don't know how much I've talked about it on streams, but, like, mad scientists are my jam, man. I love mad scientist characters. So, anytime that you've got a mad science story, like, that's gonna get points in my book. Franken-Kitty? Yeah, it could be something like that. But anyways, so the title is already fun. It already kind of tells you what the tone is going to be. I love it when titles do that. Tesla, eat your heart out. This is some real science. That's fantastic. Love that so much. And then it's funny how the name or the title of the henchman is Doctor. And like, I'm guessing it's because that's kind of I don't know if trope is too strong to say, but this is kind of a thing in mad scientist stories where it'd be like, what am I looking at, Doctor? And just having the henchman's name be Doctor, I think is fantastic. And then the egg description is fun. It makes me think of the egg boys in Has-Been Hotel that are the henchmen. That's basically their job, is to be henchmen. And so it feels like one of those, but human. And then I love the, like, lab coat and gloves. You had to get the look right. That's fantastic. I do think it's fun, like, why are you wearing yellow ones? Where are the black ones? Oops, there's an ad break. I'll check if there's a cat outside the door, but I don't hear anybody.
Hi. I guess there is a cat. Hello, Bella. Hello, Bella Kitty. Come here. Oh, yeah.
Come here.
Oh, you're so soft.
I usually don't wear short-sleeved things, and so then whenever I hold my cat, my cat's in short sleeves, I'm like, oh,
So soft. I feel all the softness.
oh, precious. But with tech like that, you could cure cancer. I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into kitties. That's fantastic. Is that a reference to something? Yes, decoy, I have 4 words for you. Bring on the silly. Yes, indeed.
You want out? Here. You want to go on the table? Okay.
Interesting. Fun fact, Doctor is always male. If you wanted the character to be female, you use Doktorin. What is that from German? Anyways, I do like where are the black ones, the yellow ones aren't the right look. Though there is some awkwardness in like the placement of it. And I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I often trip on he slaps the side of the machine with a yellow gloved hand. Where the hell were the black ones? I guess maybe it actually is the fact that it's one sentence. This is what I call that it is one sentence, and so it should be this. He slaps the side of the machine with a yellow gloved hand. Is what I call. I think that could be it. That it's just adding a new sentence while we haven't finished the sentence in the dialogue seems a little awkward. I do like the chaos and terror distribution system. Very, very fun. I will say, and I'm curious your guys' thoughts, but when I first read the words chaos and terror distribution system, I thought that it was going to create a cat, because cats cause chaos and terror, often just by existing. And so I thought it would just be like, cats appear from the beam and cause chaos and terror. I'm curious if anybody else thought that. And I don't know, because in one sense, I feel like both those ideas have merits. Both the idea of it turns you into a cat and the idea that it summons a cat. Both work and both are very fun. But I do kind of feel like turning people into cats, you are distributing a cat in a way, but it's not quite the same as like, here is a cat where there wasn't a cat before. I feel like that is more of a chaos and terror distribution system, and B, well, I guess turning into a cat is and as long as you still have a human brain, is more chaotic and terrifying. But just creating the cats is a bit more of the cat distribution system, and sticking chaos and terror into the scene and stuff like that. But I do like what you have as well. I think they both have their merits, as I said. I absolutely love the affected German accent. He's actually from North Dakota, but I like this more. And it's especially fun, just the relationship between the henchman and the villain/villainess. That it's just like, we don't need the lab coats, the gloves, and you aren't German, but we need that aesthetic, though. We need the mad scientist aesthetic, which is, so much fun. And then, so this is kind of the question of, is the main character a lady? So it does not matter for the content of the story if the main character is a lady or a dude. They can be whatever they want to be. However, the way it's introduced, or at least these specific sentences, read a little odd. Because when I was reading the story, I was thinking, I think more traditionally it is two guys. And so, I was just thinking this character is a guy, and it's like, I extend an elegant hand, and it's like, well, you think quite highly of your hands, sir. That's kind of an odd adjective. And then the frills of my evening gown, and I'm like, that sounds like a really nice dress. And a dude mad scientist can totally wear a frilly evening gown if he wants. But I think it's more likely that this is a lady. And so it feels like the clue comes a bit too late and a bit too odd, that I think, just having potentially Doctor, like, if this is a lady, having Doctor call her, like a Madame Doom or something that is like a female title would help, and then this wouldn't feel so awkward. And it also, the evening gown thing,
reads like she's going somewhere. Reads like, okay, conquering the world at 8, having dinner at 9 kind of thing. And especially because she seems, if it is a she, if she seems very focused on the looks of things, it seems like she'd want the lab coat and gloves too. Unless we're going for, you're the henchman, you have the lab coat and gloves, I'm the supervisor, I get to wear whatever I want. But I think that is the other reason why it reads odd, because I assumed, like, especially the generalness of you had to get the look right, meant they both are wearing that. They're both, because yeah, that is the image I've seen, is that both, like, the assistant and the actual, like, I guess in most it is the mad scientist and the assistant, and in this case it's like the person backing the project and then the person making the project or the person with the idea and the person executing it. But either way, that's the image I'm more familiar with, of like everybody got their lab coat and gloves, and so it read as an odd, it very much stuck out that this character is wearing this evening gown. I like the description. I don't think it's a bad description. I like, and I don't think it's something where I'd be like, oh, like, I mean, I guess I could say, like, yeah, if you had another place where you should add the words, sure, this could be taken out. But my issue with it is not so much about, oh, like, the description adds something you don't need to add, and more about, it feels like an odd way to introduce that this is a lady, and odd and too late, and feels odd for what you've introduced before, and so it ends up sticking out. I was reading through it. So the reason I said the pieces feel slapped on is because it ended up reading as like, I'm not imagining this character as having elegant hands, and then elegant hand gets super glued to my image, and then evening gown gets super glued to my image of this character. Anyway, so this story also did have a specificity thing here. So I tried to look up Eastern Bloc technology, and the best thing I got, which I think is what you're going for, is when it's spelled like that. It was actually also capitalized when I saw it. And it was stuff in communist Russia. So I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, the technology that they had in like communist Russia in the 60s. However, Eastern Bloc engineering is not something I personally had ever heard of. And so I was just like, it has more in common. Are you talking about it as in the buttons we have, or it being the touch screens we don't have? And then it has more in common with Eastern Bloc engineering. Okay, I don't know what that is. Of the 60s, okay, than anything since the millennium. Okay, it feels like this just describing what it looked like, which you already did, does a much better job of painting a picture than the specificity does. And it feels like this would be better left off, just leaving it at yeah, we need the colorful buttons and levers. We need the aesthetic. No touch screens. This is her no capes. No touch screens. I feel like that would give me a stronger picture than the end of the sentence, which makes me kind of go, but I do really like that idea as well of just like, yes, totally. You can't have the touch screen. It's too futuristic. You gotta have all the machines with all the big buttons and levers. Fantastic. And then I do love that. I still don't know what it actually does. So yeah, so she's not the idea person. It is like, oh yeah, you have fun with your little gadgets, Doctor, and I'll come back and see what you made. See what devices of villainy you've got for me today. But I do love the like, oh, this is looking great. We've got the aesthetic. Loving it so far. What does it do though? I think that's great. So I think this line here is the line that I have the biggest critique for, because it seems unrelated to anything. It's not like, of course he says, turning to the firing range or motioning to the mooks to put the mayor in range or something like that. It just feels like a random thing that's thrown in there of some mooks manhandle the mayor of Monstrosity downrange. And to be honest, like, I read this, twice at least before today, and I missed firing range both times. Either I missed it or I forgot about it. And so when I got to some mooks manhandle the mayor atrocity down range, then I was imagining it's like pointed outside of a window and the mayor is walking down the sidewalk and like some mooks are manhandling him, kind of thing. Not, we're in a firing range, we're putting him in range. You know, I totally did not catch that we were in a firing range. And so I think saying something more like some mooks manhandle the mayor into the target zone or something like that. So instead of, I think that it's a lot comes down to just that word of downrange, because downrange is so general. Like, anything could be downrange. Downrange could be a mile away, or it could be 3 inches away. And so I think just they bring him to in range of the weapon, or to the end of the firing range, or into the target, or the target zone, something like that. I think I said something just a second ago, and I'm not remembering what it was. But I think things that are more specific would work better. I also think the some is part of the issue too, because it's like, some mooks, like, are there your mooks? No, they're just some mooks. So I think, considering she seems to be the leader of this situation, saying, you know, some other henchmen, or my other henchmen, would work better than, some mooks. Some mooks downrange. Like, those things together make it seem to me like this has nothing to do with us. He just happens to be in range, you know? I do like it's point and press. It's just like, it's like an infomercial for the death ray kind of thing. It's like, point and press. Figure out where you want to sow chaos and discord and terror, and press the button. That's great. And then, you know, the cat thing is great. Can totally imagine that. I like that she's like, looked great, but he's just like disintegrated. Like, where's the fun in that? And then can totally imagine that. I like this description. And then this is great too. Love these just absolutely fantastic mad scientist vibes, and I love how it plays with the trope that instead of just saying, oh, he has a lab coat and black gloves, calling it out as like, we don't have to do that, but we do it for the aesthetic and stuff like that, I think is so much fun. I really love that. Touch screens are lesser than clickety-clackety buttons are lesser than clickety-clackety levers. Amazing. Oh yes, it's the pterodactyl thing is the, you know, you could... I love that. I have seen this before, I love it. With the DNA we liberated from the grave desecration you call a museum, I perfected the saurinization process. You rice paper puppets will be given forms befitting Earth's dominant species. You can rewrite DNA on the fly, and you're using it to turn people into dinosaurs. But with tech like that, you could cure cancer. I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs. That is fantastic. I don't know if I've seen the top ones before, or I forgot about that. But, you know, if it's just like, humans are the dominant species, but what's up with these ugly little flesh noodle bodies? We should have dinosaur bodies. You know? Maybe he has a point. Oh, gotcha. That character's name's Sauron, spelled just like Sauron in Lord of the Rings. He's canonically named himself after Sauron from Lord of the Rings. That's amazing. I love that. Oh, boy. Alright. Oh, yes, so it is exactly that. I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into kitties. Turn the cancer into kitties. Win-win. Yeah, I was going to say, but you could turn people into cancer-free dinosaurs. We are talking in too much depth about turning cancer into kitties. It could be that it destroys the target and generates the cat as a side effect. That is true. Doctor looks at your x-ray. I'm sorry. You have terminal kitties.
Hi. Hello, kitty.
Flesh noodle was not previously part of my vernacular, but it is now. I am glad to have gifted you a new word. How could we make that a prompt? Flesh noodle bodies. Oh, amazing. That feels like an April Fool's prompt. Flesh noodle bodies versus dinosaur bodies. Oh, boy. Alright, but this was so much fun, Decoy. I loved it. As far as I know, we only have Galler's story unlocked so far, so if you want to unlock NightWolf's, then make sure you cheer during the reading and the praise and critique of this story. You want out, kitty, or are you just sitting? She's so cute. Alright. Bast Cat Mailing System by Galler. Blood was in his mouth as the light died in his prey's eyes. This was another satisfactory hunt, for sure. This was nothing new to him. It was more of a hobby he did just to kill time, and distract him from that sometimes bothersome feeling of lacking. Now, if only he could find the right upright one, he could finally get rid of that sensation. Perhaps this would make that prick Tabby finally shut up about not owning a servant. It wasn't his problem that the portal network all over the world, maybe that goddess Bastet, happened to leave him with servants that either had too many masters or simply weren't interested in having one. Shoru walked into a corner, and space seemingly distorted around him. Shoru was already expecting the same result he had before. Nonetheless, he still tried to get rid of this annoying feeling of lacking. Layla was bored while hearing music and trying to quell her solitude. It was quite calm, if isolated life. It didn't suck, but it wasn't good either. At times, it was downright oppressive. She wouldn't mind having a pet to stave off the loneliness. As Layla thought that, she felt something fluffy through her legs. She looked down and was taken by surprise to see the feline face of a gray cat. Ah, isn't this her distribution system? Layla thought, not at all surprised by the cat's sudden appearance, as the animal looked back at her expectantly. Well, isn't this my lucky day? She picked up the cat, raising him to her face while thinking of a name. Would you like to be called Manny? Layla asked. The cat meowed, seemingly in deadpan approval. Layla replied with a smile. Throughout those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you loved it. I think she does when it's out.
I think she does.
Alright. 60% of the way to NightWolf, about 800 points needed. Thank you, Jess. Alright. Keller says, oh, that was so goofy, cheesy. I don't know if that's you saying you liked my reading, or if that's you saying that you had fun with this story. Alright. This was really cute. I really like the idea of the cat goddess Bastet
making actual portals to make a distribution system for cats. I think that is fantastic. Yeah, I guess I'll just start getting into it. So I do have some critiques here for the beginning. So this is not a critique I wrote down. I honestly just thought of it as I read it now. But I was... I'm always harping on first lines. And I do think that there is an issue with this one. Because blood was in his mouth as the lights died in his prey's eyes is a very intense beginning. And that tells you, hey, the story going forward is going to be maybe a bit bloody, a bit intense. Like, we're in for a serious tale, maybe a bit of a violent tale. And that's not at all what the tale is. And I totally get that we're just dropping in medias res, and it's just like, yeah, he just like ate a mouse or something, or killed a mouse, and then moved on with his life, kind of thing. And so I do like that it does feel like I just, just started the episode and then, like, the mouse died and we're moving on with Shoru and stuff like that. But I do think it sets up the story incorrectly, being the first line. And then another thing to talk about regarding this is that it isn't clear whether or not he eats the creature. And when I first read it, I was going to critique it and say getting sustenance is a hobby, that getting food is a hobby. That doesn't sound right. But I was talking to somebody else, and they had the exact opposite reaction of, oh yeah, this is totally what feral cats are like. Feral cats will kill anything just for fun and not actually eat it. And so I do think, at least for me, that adding something to make it clear he did not eat this prey, this was just him having fun, I think would help the it's a hobby to make more sense. I think I'll come back to the name thing. Let's see. So I do like the idea of, he feels like something's missing, something's wrong, something's lacking. He's missing something, and that's wanting a human. I think that's cool, especially because you are using the idea of that trope of cats own us, we don't own them, so we're their servants, they're our masters. And so even including that idea of cats thinking they're superior, and yet not thinking they're so superior as to not want a human companion. And so I think that is, I do really like that idea of, the cat feeling this emptiness inside. And I think it's really cool how that mirrors what the what Layla is feeling at the end, and I'll talk about that more. So I do like that, and like that might be a bit, I think you're talking about humanizing the cat, and like that might be a bit like humanizing, but it's a humanizing that I personally like. However, the thing I will say is that the phrasing of it is a little bit odd. I think saying either feeling of lack or emptiness inside would sound a bit more natural. When I first read it, I got a little confused at the beginning, and I think part of it is that, and granted, like, this is a very long sentence in and of itself, but, that sometimes bothersome feeling of lacking is a bit clunky of a way to phrase it. But I think saying that sometimes bothersome emptiness inside, I think would be a bit less clunky and a bit more clear, if that makes sense. For the upright one comment, so humans are referred to upright as upright ones only once throughout the piece. But they're referred to as servants for the rest. And I feel like you might have done that to convey, like, Tabby views, well, I was going to say Tabby views them as servants, but, well, it does say servant here. So I guess I'll say that it's possible that, like, Tabby views humans as servants, but you were trying to convey that Shoru maybe views them differently. However, I think for a 350-word story, it doesn't really work, like, when you're already using a strange word that we aren't familiar with. Introducing two different ones in a very short time period and having them both refer to the same thing gets very easily confusing. And so I think, quite simply, especially because you only use it the one time, just saying if he could find the right servant, he would finally get rid of that sensation. I think that would be a lot clearer. I do really like, that'll make that prick Tabby finally shut up about not owning a servant. That's fun. Like I said, I really like the idea of the portal network, and stuff. A little bit nitpicky, but space didn't seem to distort. It did distort, because this is an actual portal that is actually sending him through space. And so I think just saying Shoru walked into a corner and space distorted around him would sound a bit more natural. I do feel like perhaps having this all be one paragraph or two might work a little bit better. So let's see. I don't know, even doing that. Because I know I wrote down what it could be earlier regarding that. But where is that? Okay. While not expecting anything new, trying to rid himself of this. Oh, I see. So, like, it was more about these two. So just saying, while not expecting anything new, Shoru walked into the corner and space distorted around him. And then trying to rid himself of this feeling. So, yeah, so not expecting anything new, Shoru walked into the corner, space distorted around him. So maybe my suggestion of trying to rid himself doesn't quite grammatically work. But yeah, just saying, as he tried to rid himself of this feeling, I think might work a little bit better. But I do like that of like, probably not gonna find anything better, but let's try it. And then he does find something. I think that's cool, and that is true to how real life can be sometimes. And I do actually quite like the image of just space distorting around him, that it's simply like he just walks off and I can just imagine like space distorting. I think that's fun. Nitpicky, but listening to would sound more natural there. So this is interesting because it didn't suck, but it wasn't good either. Sounds more like how people talk than how we expect narration to go. And it's not wrong exactly, but it doesn't really sound quite natural. I feel like someone else might be able to better explain why what feels off about it. But I think, it was calm, like peaceful but boring, safe but unfulfilling, something like that, I think would sound more natural than... It didn't suck, but it wasn't good either, And then cute, the cat just going between her legs. Between would sound more natural there, but that's nitpicky. So I think the most awkward line in this piece is the, isn't this her distribution system? For a few reasons. And I think the overarching thing about it is that it seems odd that the humans would know about this. That it makes perfect sense that the cats have this distribution system made by the goddess Bast, the cat goddess. And that's how they find themselves in humans' homes
and humans don't know how they got there. And that works really well. That's so much fun. I really like it. But humans knowing about it seems very strange. And I don't know exactly how to describe why that feels a step too strange. All I can think is that it feels like this is like our world, but with just that element of, hey, maybe cats have a society we don't know about. Maybe cats have, this distribution system that we don't know about. And so then having it be, oh, humans know about this, it seems like, oh, okay, I thought this was our world, but clearly this is a totally different place. And so it seems like the expectations that I had were flipped on their head, and it's a bit jarring. I think something that could potentially make it work better is if you ramp up the fantasticalness and perhaps actually have him talk to her, like have him come through her legs and like actually say hello and stuff, instead of meowing and everything. And then that would feel like, okay, fantasy world, cats can talk, there's a distribution system, stuff like that. I think that would work better. And then I think something you could do is you could have her say instead, because another thing is that the phrasing of it, like, isn't this her distribution system, is itself a little bit awkward. And so I think if you said, I've been chosen, I think that could leave the interpretations of both. That you could have it be, you could interpret that as humans know about the distribution system and she knows she's been chosen by it. Or people in real life actually say that. So they're like, I've been chosen. And so you could totally, it could totally mean either or both. And so I think, and it would sound very natural. So I think that would work very well. Where'd you come from would also work, but it wouldn't have the potential to be interpreted as people know. So if you do want that interpretation to be there, I've been chosen, I think would work better. Another thing is that, Bastet was named up above, but especially because it feels odd that the humans know about it, it seems odd to say her, because you use pronouns when you've already been talking about someone. And she was just sitting and listening to music, not thinking about Bastet or talking about Bastet at all. And so it feels more natural to say, isn't this Bastet's distribution system? I think that would work better as well. And then it feels, I think this is just like a mistake. But you say she was taken by surprise, and then that she was not at all surprised. So I think that's a bit odd. Super cute though. And I like the image of her just like holding him up and thinking of a name. The cat being like, wow, very, very cute. Going back to the name thing, it does feel odd that you mentioned that he has a name that's quite different from the name that he gets. And of course, like, if cats didn't talk and they had their own society and they had their own names, yeah, we wouldn't know what their names are and we wouldn't name them correctly. But it feels like odd to just have it be unrelated, to have both be introduced and them to be completely unrelated. It feels like having her get like some letters right or something that has a similar meaning or something, I think would make it work better. But as is, I actually think it would be better to take out the name from the beginning. Because another thing about this story is that it takes a moment to realize that this is from the perspective of a cat. Like, actually, when I saw that first line, I was like, are we in vampire territory? Is a vampire going to find a cat companion? Only to realize after a little bit, okay, I think this is a cat. And if you just had, this was another satisfactory hunt for the cat, I think, that would clear that up immediately and super well. And not only that, it would also feel like once he gets a name, like
it changes his identity, that he's this nameless cat at the beginning, but he becomes someone once he has a servant, you know. I think that would be really cool and also clearer. And then another thing is that I think you could make the fact that he has this feeling of lacking and she has a feeling of loneliness, you could have that mirror a little bit more, that you could have, you know, end on he tried to quell the lack inside, he tried to quell the emptiness inside, and then you could have Layla trying to quell the loneliness inside, you know, listen to music or something like that. I think could be fun, but nonetheless I still like what you have. I like the mirroring that you already have there. Oh yeah, and then like the other thing is that it takes a moment to realize that Sharu is a cat. Because this perspective has been set up as a cat, it also takes a moment to realize, okay, cat, break. Is this also a cat or is this a person? And so I think that is another thing that saying the cat would be helpful for, because we would probably go, okay, the cat was called the cat, Layla, probably a person. Oh yeah, and then for deadpan approval, this might be a bit nitpicky, but I think deadpan acceptance would work better there. But deadpan is very much non-emotional, and deadpan can be like yes, can be no, can be maybe, but approval implies something in tone or mannerism to convey, yes, I'm into this, this is on the positive side. So like more like meow going up, you know. So but I do think that, yeah, so approval just conveys, has a little bit more than acceptance does. And so, saying deadpan approval seemed a little odd to me. With all that being said, this is super cute. Loved the idea. I really like the heart in it. I mean, your stories often have a lot of heart to them, which I do really like, but I like the deeper meaning of, I feel like something's missing because I don't have a human, and the human going, I feel like something's missing because I don't have a cat, and then finding each other is really cute and perfect for the prompt. I really like it. Death said, alright, time to stop being stingy. Thank you for that, Death said. Aw, and thanks, Norman, too. Not trying to be cheeky, that's how many I had left. That's fair. I appreciate you giving me down to your last bit. Alright. A feeling of lacking. I don't think animals can put a finger on their feelings. I mean, if he can go so far as to say feeling of lacking, I don't feel like it's any different to say feeling of emptiness. Those feel like the same to me. And so if he gets that he feels a lack, that's kind of the same as knowing that he has an emptiness. I think I humanized Shoru here too much. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of interesting, like after our discussion in the midstream, which I just realized that I don't think I answered Documancer's part of the question. But it worked for me. Like I said, there was some confusion, but at the same time, it makes sense that, like, okay, we're in this world where cats to us just seem like cats, but to themselves they seem, you know, they have this society, they have these portals, they have their more human thoughts of, you know, yes, I would like a servant kind of thing. And that worked for me, so I didn't feel like you had to make him less human. Yeah, I got that this is a cat eating a rat. I mean, I didn't know if it was a rat, but I definitely got that. It was just, like I often say, the first line sets up what is this story going to be like? What is the tone here? What's this going to be about? And it just kind of had a different tone than what the story is. It's okay. Oh, it didn't bother me. It's just the wrong impression for where the story goes. That's cute. I like that idea. If time was prey, sure we would have killed it for fun. That could have been a fun way to... Because I kind of thought that when I read that. That would have been a fun way to convey, okay, this was, just for fun. Oh. Okay. I don't know what Bella did. Yeah, that... So, Geller said, upright ones is sure referring... Oh, I see. She's sure referring to humans as upright cats. Okay, gotcha. I feel like my critique still stands, if not more so, because there seems to be very much a difference set up. That we have servants and masters. You're the servant, I'm the master. And maybe it is like them seeing us as cats and being like, some cats are servants and some are masters. That makes it a bit less fun. They're thinking of it that way. But it very much reads like, oh yes, there's the humans, they are servants, we gotta find one of those, kind of things. And so trying to set up this other idea of humans are upright cats, I think is a little too much for 350 words. Oh, I don't know what the Tindalos hounds are. Yeah, shimmering due to heat. Yeah, I can totally imagine the air distorting with like a shimmer. So how about that? I want it to be like normal things, because if it was that ancient, then someone would notice that. Gotcha. I see. Reality unless noted is the trope. I've never heard of that trope. Can someone explain that trope to me? I assume you're saying the I've been chosen thing, that you would have liked that. And I'm glad you liked that. I see. Second name and true name thing. Gotcha. Not sure what you're referring to on that last one, but I'm glad I could help. Yes. Yeah, we're counting NightWolf's bookworm towards the total. Mm-hmm. Well, towards, unlocking NightWolf's story. Is there a problem with the potential unlock? And yes, I have been chosen from Toy Story, huh?
Kitty, I don't think you want out. You always come back in. Baby cat.
Oh, in that case, we're still off by a bit? How much? Trying to make sure I'm counting everything. You are adorable. No, I have not offended. Isn't Bookworm so Bookworm is $3, right? Is $3 300 bits, or is it 200? Because I do recall Death's Head informing me that the prices of things had gone up, and I wasn't sure if that was just subs or cheers too. Anyone have 200 bits? Yeah, I usually don't wait around, but I'll give you a second because Death had thought that he unlocked it. Should be 300, Mako says, and Ghoulish confirms. Okay, so I'll wait for a moment to see if anyone has 300, but if not, then we will just go on to the announcement. It's okay, Galler. I totally understand overthinking. This says, I'll do 200 if no one else has them. Well, let's see if... Oh, I see. Mako says, I meant 300 for Bookworm. So, okay, so is it 200 to unlock the next one? Well, there's 100 from Mako. Thank you, Mako. Oh, that seems to have unlocked something. That unlocked a hype train. And there's 200 from Death's Head. So even if it is the 300, we still got it. Thanks, you guys. That is appreciated. Oh, Ghoulish wants to double check.
Kitty? Ow.
Yes, thank you so much for submitting, Gather. Very cute. Yeah, so just give me the go, Ghoulish, and I'll go.
Baby kitty. Baby kitty, baby kitty.
Double check the amount Bookworm is worth, but we've unlocked it regardless. Okay, cool. Let's do this then. A Cat's Quest by NightWolf. I've been here and there and seen some things, but I never fathomed that I would ever bond so much with a human. I'm truly grateful for all the delicious food and stylish clothes. Despite my selfishness, she never gave up on me and treated me not as a pet, but as a friend. She deserves so much more than me. A pet that will actually be there. And I knew the perfect guy to help. My old friend and partner in crime, Morris. He owns a bar in an alley. It's not as big as the one in England, but still a perfect place to drink yourself to oblivion with milk or go meet other cats. It was sometime in the middle of the night when I decided to go visit. The place was drenched in milk and other horrible smells, but generally a nice place to do whatever you want away from your owner, if you're selfish like that. I found Morris laying on the floor, naked, dirty, and heavily smelling of milk. I managed to get him on the excuse of a couch where he passed out. Yeah, he'll probably be back in around 3 hours. Until then, I must think of my words very carefully. He's probably still pissed about London. It took him 2 more hours to come to his senses. And then, well, he didn't even look at me. He went for another shot of milk before saying that I needed to leave. And I would, believe me, I would. But this is not about me. So I got up and voiced my opinion. Look, I just need an address where I can trade something for a pet. Morris broke his cup, got one of his sharpened metal rods, and was ready to draw blood, shouting angrily, "You are in no position to need anything." But by then, I had no choice but to leave. When I was outside, he told me the address, before continuing with, "There are good cats out there, but you, Gloria, are not one of them." Throw out for those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Just realized that I did not add the commas properly in the end there. Is there one here too? That's a lot, if so. But I know that these two are because they're both positives. But anyways, a very fun story, NightWolf. I will warn you that as fun as this story is, and as much as I just enjoy it on a general level, I do have a lot of critiques for it. So as always, if anything is
hurtful or anything like that, please do your best to just ignore it and move on with your life. I'm only trying to help. Okie dokie. So I guess I'll actually, maybe I'll ask something general of the audience first, which is that it took me quite a while to understand what was actually going on. So yeah, I guess I'll talk about. So just the general critique for the story is that the first paragraph seems to contradict what goes on in the rest of the story in multiple ways. And so way number one is that it's actually kind of similar to what I was saying for Galler's story, that this seems like this is the perspective of a normal cat. And this happens to be a cat that's okay with being dressed in clothes. Lots of cats don't like that, but some do. And so it's just like, yeah, this is the perspective of a cat who's like, oh yeah, like I've wandered around as a stray, but I never thought I'd come so close to a human. And you know what? I'm a fan, but I don't really feel good enough. And yeah, like the I don't feel good enough is a human thought, but it still reads like this is a normal cat from their perspective, kind of anthropomorphizing them. But then, starting in the next paragraph, then immediately this is very different from your average cat. These are much more Puss in Boots cats. These are the kinds of cats who will walk on two legs and wear clothes and swashbuckle with swords and go to bars with milk and stuff like that. And that's fun, and I do like that idea. I love Puss in Boots. But the two ideas don't really fit, and so when I'm set up to think, yes, perspective of a normal cat, I'm very thrown when it's a very different type of cat in the next paragraph. And I think it would help a lot to have that first paragraph be more clearly, hey, this is kind of a Puss in Boots type situation. Another thing about it is that how it ends up reading, and this is how it's read with everybody that I've talked to as well, so I'm curious if the chat would agree. How it read to me is that Gloria is like, I need to find her either a new pet, or an additional pet. And someone who's better than me, someone who's actually going to be there for this human that I care so much for. And so then the next line is, and I need the perfect guy to help, my old friend and partner in crime, Morris. That reads like, we're going to go get Morris. He's going to be the new pet. Like, he's the perfect guy for this job. He's the perfect guy to be the new pet or the extra pet. And so it doesn't connect that what's actually going on is Morris's step one in like an 8-step journey. Like, go to Morris and ask for the address to a pet store is step one. Morris is not the pet, not the guy that we are asking to become the new pet. He is just the person we're going to get the address of the pet store. And that's not very clear. And so when I first read that, I need an address where I can trade something for a pet, I completely did not understand what that sentence meant. And it took a while to realize you're basically describing a pet store where I can trade something like money or goods for a pet. And that I do think that I can trade something is part of what makes it awkward. That perhaps something like, look, I just need the address of the pet store, or I need to know where I can find a pet. I think that, or where I can find a pet for my human, I think would be much clearer. There is also another element of, it seems like there are pets, and there are human pets. There's humans, there's human pets, and there's pets. Which is to say, these cats are pets. But they seem to be on a higher rung than the pets that she's looking for. Especially if I'm right that she's looking for a pet store, then that does kind of imply there are actual pets in addition to the human cats that are going to bars, which is fine, but I think was another reason why it might have been a little bit confusing. And so Once you get that it's like, oh, okay, so she's looking for a pet for her owner, that's gonna be better for her, better than her, and so she's going to Morris as step one on her quest, as the title says. I think that makes it a lot better, makes it make a lot more sense, but because that really is not clear, at least it wasn't to me and the others that I've talked to so far, it definitely caused some issues in understanding the story. So I'm curious how it read to you guys, if you guys also had those issues or not really. But starting to go into just the story itself. So I've been here and there and seen some things. So I totally get that this is saying, like, I've been around the block. I've been to London, and I've been to wherever this is. I've been to the bars. I've done all the things and stuff like that. And so I do like that idea. But I think the way it's phrased is a little odd, because it just seems like I've been here, I've been there, I've done some things. And so it just kind of seems like it's kind of amounts to nothing. It's like, yes, I'm trying to think how to phrase it. Did I have an option? That's not what I wrote down there. What was I thinking of? Makes me think of, this is such an obscure thing, but if you watched like Jacksepticeye's Funniest Home Videos, there's one where there's like this hair device, and like I forget what the line in the video is, but it sounds like oh, I guess it's that. I guess it's the line of like, I never look like I just came from a haircut, but I never look like I need a haircut. And so he makes a joke of like, it never looks like I have hair, but it never looks like I don't have hair. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of how it ends up feeling, that it's like, I've been there, I've been here, I've done some things, and it's like, what's going on there? I think it would work better to say something like, I've done a lot of crazy things, but I never imagined... Well, okay, this is maybe too much of a placeholder, but something along the lines of, I've done a lot of crazy things, but I never imagined this craziness. So it's kind of like, you know, I've seen a lot of things I thought were unfathomable, but I truly never fathomed that I would ever bond so much with a human. Something like that I think would be really cool, and would do a better job of conveying what you want to convey, of like, it's not just like, I've been there, I've been here, I've done things. It's more about, I've done, like, things that I didn't think I could fathom, but I really can't fathom the fact that I bonded with this human. And I do really like that idea. Like, I think that's such a cool thing, especially knowing where this story goes and how she kind of seems like a ruffian, a hoodlum, knowing that, yeah, like, it does sound like she's done some wacky things and some maybe dark things, and so knowing, wow, I didn't think I would ever bond so much with a human, and, you know, that it makes it so beautiful and so sad that it's like, but you're there, like, you've bonded with the human surely loves you and wants you, like, you don't need to go and find someone better than you. And in a way, that does make her very human, that I feel like, you know, us humans do that, where we're like, wow, I love this person so much. They deserve better than me, so I should leave, you know? And so, that's, I think that's a very deep idea of, I love this person, and so I'm gonna leave them, and inadvertently, you're actually creating more problems, because you're the one that they want, you know? Oh, there's an ad. Now I'm thinking Monarchies of Mao, which is basically D&D, but you're a cat. That sounds fun. Very fun. Well, I do have a cat here, but she's in a place where I don't know that I could move the camera. And I don't think I should read what NightWolf said, because there's an ad break. 3 a.m. panic writing, yes. The last minute panic that Mako often references.
Right, kitty? The last minute panic.
Have I mentioned that could be a prompt? Because I feel like that's, of the Mimi prompts, I feel like that's actually a pretty good Mimi prompt, last minute panic, because it could apply to so many situations. Like, a student writing an essay at the last minute, an adventurer who's like getting their supplies ready at the last minute, or a meta story about writing your story at the last minute. I think it could work for a lot of things. Anyways, NightWolf said, I had a lot of trouble with the beginning and had to rewrite it like 3 times, and I wrote this last minute before posting it. That's very fair. Totally understandable. And then, I don't know why I wrote, doesn't feel like they're actually bonded. What did I mean by that? I don't know if it was because, like, if she's leaving, then it feels like they're not bonded, but, like, if I thought that before, then what I just said I think negates it, that it's like, I do care about this person, but I'm no good, so I'm going to leave. I think that makes sense. Yeah, and the stylish clothes thing, I think, going along with what I was saying before about how the beginning seems to set up, this is a normal cat. The stylish clothes thing, like, the stylish is the clue that, like, it's not just clothes. I'm used to clothes, but I'm not used to stylish clothes, But that's not quite clear enough, and so it reads like this is abnormal. That it's like, oh, I'm grateful for all the food and clothes. Like I said, some people do put their cats in clothes, and so it kind of reads like, oh, okay, so this is a cat who's cool with that, and the person is just dressing them up. Excuse me. Let's see. Yeah, I already addressed that. Yep, already talked about that as well. I do like my old friend and partner in crime. That is cute. That is fun. It does seem a bit odd that it's mentioned that he owns the bar, but, like, he's passed out drunk on... Well, he's not passed out on the floor, but, like, he's on the floor naked and then he passes out and everything. I usually think of the owner as more of, like, this is the designated driver. This is the bartender. This is the person who stays sober. And so I feel like either making it more how she, like, shows up and sits down at the bar and talks to him as the barkeep, or just removing the idea that he owns the bar, I think would be better. The one in England is one of those things where it very much threw me, but it's kind of hard to describe why. Like, one thing is that, like, England's a very big place, and so saying the one in London, I think, does make a little more sense to say, like, oh, I used to live in London. It's not as big as the one in the place I used to live at, but it's nice. I think that could work better. But it also could just go along with the idea of, at the beginning, I thought this was a regular cat, and so, like, he owns a bar, was the first part that made me go, what? And so then just already being in that state, and then going, it's not as big as the one in England, I'm like, what? You've been to England? Where are you now? Kind of sounds like you're in a totally different country. How far away are you? Kind of thing. So feels very, I don't know, I guess it just threw me. I do like the description of, like, it's a perfect place to drink yourself into oblivion or meet other cats. This is a bit nitpicky, but milk is not something that makes cats act drunk. It makes them have diarrhea and vomit, and so it feels like catnip would work better. That this is kind of like a drug den sort of situation, and they're all high on catnip. I think would work a little bit better. But at the same time, kind of going along with the Puss in Boots idea, I know that that does happen in Puss in Boots, that he does, like, sit down at the bar and is like, milk, and they give him a shot glass full of milk. So, not that big a deal, but is a question that comes up. And then I do like drenched as, like, a metaphorical word for, like, oh yeah, like, this is, like, the seedy bar that is just, like, coated in alcohol kind of thing. However, at the same time, I did get a very literal picture for this, where it's like there's milk splattered on the walls, and I was like, oh, that does sound like that would spoil and smell horrible and stuff like that. Which is another thing to talk about, which is that if this is meant to convey, like, spoiled milk, I think that works quite well. That it's like, yeah, like, this ain't the best bar. Milk falls through the cracks, and, you know, you get floor cheese kind of thing. You get spoiled milk. I do think that works. But if you were going for the idea of just milk itself smells horrible, I don't feel like somebody who drinks it would refer to it that way. And granted, I am not an alcohol drinker, as was established earlier in this stream. But I feel like people who like alcohol wouldn't say like, oh yeah, the bar drenched in alcohol and other horrible smells. You know, I don't think they would refer to it that way. I could be wrong, but it feels odd that you would drink it if you think it smells horrible. And then I do like you can do whatever you want away from your owner if you're selfish like that. It kind of goes back to what I was talking about before of, like, she wants to be better but doesn't think she can be, and so she's going to leave. And so it's the kind of thing of, like, there's two elements to the if you're selfish like that. One element is that maybe she does fit in that camp, and that she's like, yeah, I'm selfish like that. But then there's also a judgment to it where it's like she knows this is wrong, this is bad, if you're selfish like that, you know, kind of thing. So I like that. This kind of goes along with the clothes thing. Cats being naked is the default to me. Cats just, you know, being their little fluffy selves, not wearing clothes. Perfectly normal to me. And so, as I said earlier, that this to me read as, this is abnormal, this is something the human wants to do, and this cat is okay with it. And so he's laying on the floor naked, and I'm like, is this not normal? Kind of thing, which is, oh yeah, seeing that comment makes me remember, I did have some confusion the first time I read it on whether these were humans or cats. I think because of that first paragraph where, like, the first paragraph reads like this is a cat, and then the next paragraph is talking about bars in England and stuff, and I'm like, that sounds more human. So is this a cat or is this a human? So that is going back to that critique as well. Oh yeah, and I did kind of mention this before, that I did get the image of him passed out naked on the floor. So it seems a little odd that he's naked on the floor but not passed out. Though that is kind of hilarious that it's like, what you doing, Morris? Like, why you on the floor? It's comfy. You know, it's better on the floor. So that is kind of funny. But I do think it would be a little more natural of, like, passed out on the floor naked, smelling of milk. I bring him to the couch, and he'll wake up in a couple hours. Which was another thing. He'll be back in around 3 hours. A little awkward because back implies that he went somewhere, not that he went to sleep. So I do think saying he'll wake up in a few hours is a little more natural. But these are more nitpicky things. This just goes back to the England stuff. And then I actually quite like believe me, I would, but this is not about me. I like these more deep emotional beats of the story. And I like the voice of, like, it feels like a character voice to say, I would, believe me, I would. And, this is not about me is like, is again showing I care about this human. I want this human to, get the pet that they deserve. So I like that. A nitpicky thing, saying I need an address isn't an opinion. It is a request. I mean, you could use a lot of words for it, but request is what comes to mind. And then sharp and red old rods is part of what makes me think Puss in Boots for this story. There is an awkwardness to phrasing it like that. I can't tell if it's meant to convey these are not swords or knives or anything recognizable.
they are metal rods. This could be a nail or a pipe or something that he just grabbed and is using as a weapon. But either way, it feels like, let's see, I think I wrote down something better in a different place. Oh, yeah. So you could say he smashed his cup on the ground and grabbed a metal rod, just kind of conveying, oh, there's just a metal rod around that he grabs. That could work better. Something that could clear it up entirely could be he smashed his cup on the ground, grabbed a piece of glass. So he grabs a piece of the cup. That could work well. Or, of course, you can say he smashed his cup on the ground and grabbed a knife, or drew his sword, or pulled out a knife. I think any of those could work quite well. But as is, it feels odd to convey, this is a bar. We know what these words are. These are human things. But then not use the human word for swords if they are, swords or knives. And then, and then this was a bit odd, and this might be nitpicky, but everyone is always in a position to need anything. That's how needs are. Like, a need is like food or water, and so you can't have like a starving man walk into your restaurant and be like, you are in no position to need anything. It's like, I don't care what position I'm in, I need it. That's how needs are, So I think saying you're in no position to want anything, or better yet, you're in no position to ask for anything, I think would sound more natural there. And then it is a bit awkward that he says, you are in no position to need anything, and she's like, okay, I need to leave, like, this is not gonna work. And then he immediately gives her the address, and then he says that she's not a good cat. And so it kind of seems like he's flip-flopping, and that could make sense, where it's like, he's like, you're in no position to need anything. And then she leaves, and then he's like, yeah, I do still care about her. Let me go help her. But I don't want to seem like I care about her, so I'm still gonna insult her on the way out. That could work. That could make sense, but because it's not quite described, it seems like he's flip-flopping and going, I will never ever help you. Here you go. Get out of my face. Kind of thing. And I'm also wondering why he says what he says at the end, because she seems to know that. Like, she seems to know that she's not a good cat. Because she does say, my owner needs someone better than me. And so it seems odd that he's like, you are not a good cat. And it seems like it could work if she replied, I know. That's why I'm finding a pet better than me. That's why I'm finding someone better than me. I think that could be a fantastic ending. But as is, it kind of makes me wonder why that's where it ends. Why he's saying that kind of thing. Let me see what folks have been saying. That's true. For last minute panic, it could also be minute panic. Couldn't think of a replacement for the milk. That's fair. That's fair. Ew, floor cheese. Yeah. There's an alcoholic drink made from milk. Interesting. Made from horse or donkey milk. Why does it have to be from horses or donkeys? I've seen a guy who tries to make wine, mead, whatever, out of anything that has sugar in it. Interesting. He tried to ferment Monster Energy. Wow.
Meow.
As long as you have the reactants for fermentation, you can make alcohol out of anything. Interesting. You give me another reason to never drink an energy drink. Interesting. Gotcha. It says, for the metal rods bit, I ended up picturing the equivalent of a metal pool cue sharpened on the end. Gotcha. So did that work for you then?
Shock and horror. Things meant to prevent bacteria from growing. Prevented bacteria from growing. The milk alcohol is called humus. It's Turkish. And Arag in Mongolia. You're a bad cat. You think I'm somebody who gives a fluff. That's the thing she does, though. She does give a fluff. Oh, that's wild. It says, I went to an Edgar Allan Poe speakeasy back in May, and one of the drinks had alcohol mixed in milk. Enjoyed the drink, but yeah, initial thought, I didn't think the two would go together. That's fair. The line you suggested at the end got cut because of the word limit, but I regret cutting it now. Yeah, that's very fair on both accounts. Yeah, I'm trying to think what you could cut, because a lot of my suggestions are more for adding things than cutting them. I guess you could cut down, because I was talking about like him passing out and stuff like that. You could just have him like laying on the floor, and I do like the voice of excuse of a couch, but you could take that out and just have it. And yeah, actually, you know what? You could take out how long it takes for him to come back, and just have like he's passed out on the floor, and then she wakes him up and brings him into his senses. I think, yeah, so you could cut out her and the England and London stuff. You could cut that as well. So yeah, just having it be she arrives, he's on the floor, she wakes him up, and then they start talking. I think that could give you enough words to add that line back in. But yes, funny how things connect. How Death Said's story about our drunk guy and then this story ended up connecting in the same stream. On the menu, they called it the cat's meow. That's so perfect for this stream. Oh, that's perfect. But yeah, so I really like the idea you have going for here, and the Puss in Boots vibes are fun. And I really like the emotional aspect of this piece and how I care about this person, but they deserve better than me. I think these are really fun things, but I did have a lot of critiques for the execution of it. I do hope, as I said, I do hope the critiques are helpful, and if they're not, if they're hurtful, then please do your best to ignore them and just move on and remember the positives if you can. But yeah, so that's everybody. We've got everybody unlocked. And granted, this was a wacky stream that didn't have 4 generals. But that's still an accomplishment that we managed to get everyone unlocked. So thank you so much for that, you guys. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, well, it is time to announce the prompt for next week. Oh yes, and I'm leaving up the the mention. But yeah, you can know that the mention is Documancer story. All right. Oh wait. Okay, I think I'm gonna use. Ooh, I didn't notice that on your other lists. But I was gonna say, I'm just gonna use Death Said's wonderful table, wonderful little chart, because that is very helpful. And thank you very much for doing that. They're really nice. And then, but what I was noticing is that he also has the submitter on there. I didn't notice in past weeks. But anywho. In 3rd place, with 19 votes, we have The Waiting Grave. Am I correct in thinking that's one that's been submitted for a while but never actually made it to the final vote? So, very interesting one. We know, we like our death here. Not our prompt, though. In second place, with 20 votes, we have It's Just Blood. That's one that's been trying to make it for a while, and I place your bets now. I'm placing my bet now that that's gonna win in sometime in October. But our prompt with 23 total votes is Some Angels Have Fangs. So yes, as you can see here, so the It's Just Blood did win in the announcements because it had 19 votes instead of 18. But here in the secret supporter chat, Some Angels Have Fangs won because there were 5 extra votes. It very much seemed like it, I could tell from yesterday. I was like, yep, this is a shoo-in. And I predicted that before, that I was like, everybody loved it last week. It's gonna get submitted again this week, and I think it's gonna win this time. NightWolf says, yeah, it's my first time doing first-person point of view, and I have to work on my logic. So sorry about the bad execution. Also, thank you for everyone who contributed to my story being unlocked. Aw, that's really sweet. Well, that's awesome that was your first try of doing first person. So I think, and I think you did a good job with that particular aspect of it, because like I said, my favorite part was the emotion of it, and so I think you did a good job of having us be inside of her head and feeling her feelings, which is exactly what first person is for. So I thought that was fun. All praise to the chart. That's great. 2 weeks running, yeah. I should pull up the stream chat over here. Just the drum rolls right now. But yes, so I can't remember if I guess because we talked about it in the writing group chat more. Did somebody submit a Cat Distributions story right as I was doing this? That's funny. Oops, over here. Oh yeah, and you can see it won here, right there. But yeah, so let me actually go to the writing group chat and go find that, because I think people had such fantastic ideas. Oh boy. I don't know how far away it was. Oh yeah, because you guys had the backup reading, so all this is gonna be gifts from the backup readings. Yes, cat distribution system. Not again. Stop it. Stop. Okay, I think I found it. So a helper figure having a hidden nasty side is one idea. So yeah, so one idea is just someone who seems to be nice. Like, they're not an actual angel. They're not super amazing. It's just someone who's nice, but also has a nasty side. That works very well. And then, yes, just having somebody who looks angelic, but also, like, has a nasty side works well. Vampires wearing the guise of benevolence works super well. Yeah, vampires worked very well for this prompt. And then it's an angel that made a deal that went south is now cursed on a different plane until escape or exit can be found. That's interesting. I don't really know how the fangs like feature there, but that's interesting. An angel who's not afraid of the fight, for sure. Like, yeah, that could totally be. I think that Mako had, yeah, like this kitty has claws kind of thing, that it could be somebody who seems maybe too good to fight. Like somebody who seems innocent and unable to fight. And so that works well. And then someone being described as an angel with unknown horrible intentions for others. I have not finished. So I've been watching Jacksepticeye play the DLC of Elden Ring. I have not finished it, so please don't spoil it for me. But it seems like there are conflicting images of who Mikola is so far. That some people are like, Mikola's kindly Mikola. He's great. He wants to help everybody. He wants everybody to feel welcome. But then other people are like, no, he uses the fact that he looks like a child and the fact that he has this reputation of being kind to manipulate people. And he actually makes people fall in love with him and then manipulates them. And so that could work very well for this too, that some people are like, yeah, this person's great, they're an angel, and then actually they have fangs. And then I also do like the angel of the darker past seeking redemption, so the idea of of somebody who they are, in the past they had the fangs, in the past they'd done something bad and they're trying to be an angel now, I think is cool. And then Mako thought of angels with flaming swords. So yeah, so they're jump scare by weeping angels. But yeah, so the actual angels in the Bible are described as having, metaphorical fangs of flaming swords, or their terrifying visage of, all the eyes and stuff like that. Just so that could work as well. And then, yeah, in general, thing generally thought of as soft and peaceful is actually capable of defending itself. Totally. And then there's the weeping angels. Works very well, too. Let's see. And yeah, so somebody people think is pure as good, picking up a weapon. Someone who looks demonic and dangerous acts like an angel. Yeah, so I do like that dichotomy of it, too, that it could go either way of like, you look like an angel, you act like an angel, but actually you've got a dark side. That dark side could be genuinely dark and horrible, or it could be just, you can fight, you can defend yourself, you have the ability to use the weapons at your disposal. Or it could be the opposite of, this person seems like a demon, this is a vampire with fangs, this is a fanged monster, but they actually have an angelic side, is very cool. Goodness from an unexpected source, indeed. Yes, Fiona and John work well. A monster like a vampire, yep. Let's see. Someone who's seen as a goody-goody, having a grim secret, that could totally work as well, where it's like, and that could be more like, I genuinely want to be good, but I have this thing I'm hiding my fangs, kind of thing. Could be cool. Yeah, an organization, that's a unique one. So, like, this organization seems like they're doing good for people, but actually they are doing these terrible things behind the scenes. Could work very well. Yeah, and that could work very well. The vampire that has a face like an angel, totally. But yes, so I think that the rest is now in the what was it? Oh, I can just go back to the other chat. But now it was in the backup readings. But anyway, so yeah, so I think that it was pretty well covered, the different ways that you can take it, but the idea of you can have a literal angel that for some reason has fangs, be it that they still are an angel, they're still generally a good being, but they can defend themselves. Or it could be that this angel is turning into a demon, or they pretended to be an angel but actually they're a fallen angel, kind of thing. It could be that, as we've talked about, someone seems very kind and wonderful and angelic, but actually they have this nasty side to them, or they're capable of defending themselves. Or there's somebody who seems fanged and evil and bad, but actually there is some good to them. Kitty sounds impatient about something. Yeah, I don't really know what she wants. I think she just wants me to leave this room. Alright. Yeah, good omens totally is very fitting for this prompt for sure, that they have both characters, the angel who is capable of doing bad and the demon who's capable of doing good. You're a devil in disguise, yes. Biker gangs acting as protectors, yes, that could work for sure. That's great. Rough biker gang traveling to protect a child to get the child to safety. I like that. That's cool. So yeah, this is a great prompt with lots of different applications to take it. So curious to see where you'll go with that. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, because there is a religious element to this prompt, do make sure that if you do want to go for something more religious, to check out the rules. I mean, I guess I could just like talk about it. Yeah, so under religious content generally is acceptable. Religion's a good topic to cover through fiction, and fiction can critique religion in very poignant ways. I'm alright with reading a story that references religion and or respectfully critiques it. However, if a story seems to exist merely to disrespect or bash a religion, or else paints it and its followers in a bad light, I'm not comfortable reading that on stream. So if you do intend to like go with like actual angels from the Bible, then might need to be a little bit more wary of that, because I could see people taking this in certain ways that I could have an issue with. But yeah, is there anything else from the stream chat? I have a plethora of inspirations for this one, says Wolf. The one that got the prompt ball rolling was a song lyric by Christian deathcore band, A Plea for Purging. Demons are fallen angels. Remember that when you think of a saint. From there, I've been thinking of Theus of Celtibran and the music of Powerwolf as well. So there you go. Interesting. Also, Dampiers as they're depicted in Slavic folklore. How are they depicted in Slavic folklore? Gotcha. So the inspiration was more about demons. That's interesting. Marx, it's been a while since we have a Layla focused story. That is true. That is very true. Aerith has got to go, but it's been great having you. Well, do you guys have someone that you'd like me to raid? Maybe something to do with angels? Is there a game to do with angels that is being played? Yeah, I can't really tell. Alright. That's kind of where I have to go, isn't it? Says Marx. Nice. Werewolves. Yeah, werewolves could be interesting. Yeah, but I mostly just got someone with angel in their name. I don't know if I should go for them or not. Q1X is streaming those games. Doesn't look like it has much to do with angels. That's fair. When I looked up angels, I didn't get much, so I feel like this could work. Unless somebody else has another idea in the time before I finish typing this out. Yeah, so if you're not read here on the stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. Generally, they happen at 5 p.m. Central Time on Sundays. You can submit your story and read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read your story for you. You can just lurk, but it's a great time overall. And there's a lot more back and forth discussion in the voice chat. So definitely worth joining. Yeah. Though granted, we read everybody who was not read last week, didn't we? So that might be a smaller one, or one where you guys like rehash some of the ones that were read on the stream. Be a lurky turkey. Nice. vampires are depicted as, if I remember correctly, powerful magic users that protect from evil. I'm not sure 100% because I haven't done that much specific research. Gotcha. Makes sense. This seems like this is a long or else because it's not being typed out. Yeah, going to be a low-key backups. I'd hit the raid thing, but I want to see what the or else is. Oh, we'll clip your wings. That's a pretty good one. I like that one. That's a good threat. Alrighty, room. Well, it's been a great time. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Oh, I forgot to say. So, my dad is going to be gone on a work trip this week, and I usually can't use this office during the week because he's using it I can't use this office during the day, during the week because he's using it. But because he's going to be gone this week, that might mean that I'm able to stream during the week. And it'll probably be in sometime around like 2, 3, 4 Central Time. So look out for me this week. Hopefully I will be doing stuff during the day. Probably Dracula and Pride and Prejudice. Maybe I could do Carmilla one of the days. Not sure. But we'll see. We'll clip your wings as a lyric from a song. I'm sure it's a lyric in a lot of songs, probably. Fallen angels, I'm coming for your wings. Fallen angels, I'll cut off your wings. Nice. Alright. It is time to go. So I hope you all have a lovely day, night, morning, whatever time it is, and a lovely rest of your week. And what can I say for this one? Carmy? What does that mean? Oh, Carmilla. Gotcha. But yes. I hope you are all angels without fangs. I don't know. See y'all next time. That was the right one, right? This is the person I've gotten it wrong before. I think that's right. All right. See y'all next time. Bye-bye.